You are live. Okay, good. Hey guys, welcome back to the Forge. Welcome back to Blood, Sweat, and Steel, or Blood, Sweat, and Dice, as you prefer. Uh, I'm here with the lovely Taya Kennedy and Iska the Stitching Witch, and we are. I don't know if you. I set it up so that you could. I don't know if you are. This is streaming not only to my channel, but in theory, Taya and Iska's channel as well.
You
I'm going to
bet.
turn my phone off because every goddamn time.
Last time we went live, your phone started going off.
Dude, seriously. Well, it's getting the notification from YouTube.
Actually, that's probably a good.
YouTube, I fucking know. But anyway, this is Witches Play D&D, Eberron edition. So we're going to be starting actual play, actually using the characters that we painstakingly created last week in episode 0, to get you guys started on a campaign of actual play. So I need to find. I'm cheating a little bit and using.
Wouldn't that be fun?
I'm cheating a little bit and using a pre-made sample adventure as a launching off point. So it's intended to take us from levels 1 to 2. And get you guys rolling.
I'm live on YouTube.
So,
my son just about came into the shot and he's not wearing a shirt, and I think he got very scared off.
Ooh, yeah. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Seti. How are you? Yeah, we just got started.
Yeah, he was like,
so we are getting started with our Ebarron campaign. So you guys have received a letter in. So your characters, first of all, can I get you guys to introduce yourselves, your channel, plug anything you want to plug, and then introduce your character? Who are we playing?
Okay, I'm Tay Kennedy, and the only thing I have to plug is my YouTube channel, Tay Kennedy. Pretty straightforward. And my character, what do you want me to tell? So I am playing.
Whatever you're comfortable letting the audience know about your character, just give them something to visualize and in picture while we're playing.
Okay. So I'm playing Valeria, who is a rogue, a human rogue. And I don't really know. I just imagine she looks like me, that she's like, 46, been doing this for a while. I've never played D&D, so I really don't know. Iska, you should have gone first.
It's all right. I forgot to ask you guys. Go ahead.
So I'm Iska in real life, but for game, I am a half-orc druid named Rahaz. And I've never played Eberron before, so this will be new for me. So I'm definitely going to be like stumbling a little bit. I will plug my YouTube channel, which is The Stitching Witch. I'm actually currently stitching as we speak. I'm working on a pair of socks. But the one thing I do really want to plug right now from anything else is, you guys, I have written some books, and my most recent one that came out was My Name is Bridget. And actually just this past week, the illustrator of the book, Barbara O'Meara, suddenly passed away. And so I'm going to be doing a video on my channel of reading out my book as a memorial to Barbara. But if you guys have not already, I really encourage you to check out the book. It's on Amazon. You can get it in Kindle edition, in printed copy. And if you buy a copy of the book right now, we are doing some proceeds to donate to cancer research as an honor to Barbara. So that's the only thing I really want to plug right now. But I'm still in a little bit of shock. This was very unexpected and very sudden. And to Barbara, I'm dedicating my game to her today.
believe I have a copy of that we did as a bit of a barter, and the artwork is really lovely. It's really well done. So
Her artwork is stunning, like truly.
yeah,
Her artwork is stunning.
we lost a really amazing artist.
We did. And she also was a poet and just like an all around amazing human being. And
I feel like anybody.
why is it always the good people that are taken from us first and not the fucktards?
I know. Yeah. So.
You okay there, Chris?
Yep. I just threw a bottle out in the trash. That's all. So.
Was it Mountain Dew?
I feel like it's not so much that you know me as it is you know D&D nerds, Iska.
I know both. But it was Mountain Dew, wasn't it?
Yeah, so can't prove it. You totally can. I've been drinking on the screen. Okay.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Guys, welcome to Ebarron, the continent of Corvair, which, as y'all can see, is broken up into different kingdoms and regions and fiefdoms. You guys, I don't know if you can see my mouse or not on the screen moving around here. No? Okay.
Nope.
We are in the region of Breland. Slap in the middle there, sort of orangey.
Mm-hmm.
And at the estuary of the Dagger River, which is the major river strip of blue that you can see running up in the middle of it there. And we're at like sort of a southern corner is where there's a major estuary. It sort of makes like sort of a cross guard on the Dagger River. We're on the northeast coast, but right there at the corner of the river. This is the city of Sharn, the city of towers, also known as the city of daggers, city of lost dreams, shattered dreams, and lost souls, and home to the Splatterway, which one of our players is intimately familiar with, and a fellow street rat, Valeria, has has found you and delivered a letter from someone that you are familiar with. He is a member of the Sharn Watch. However, he's kind of in the pocket of the gang that you work for sometimes. Whether you're a full-time member or not, you do some work for the Boromir clan from time to time. And this is through this clan that you met your contact, Ricky the Mole. And this is Mouse. You're not sure how old he is, but this young goblin hasn't quite reached the double digits yet. A young goblin child, and he often works as a courier, sort of a go-between between the more corrupt Sharn Watch members and the Boromir clan and other gangs in Lower Sharn. Sharn is divided into 5 sections. Lower Dura being the less well-to-do of them all. That is a location of where the Splatterway is. And so called because, if you remember, the Splatterway is about half a kilometer directly below Drunkard's Drop Bridge. And the aptly named Splatterway is the end result of what you can imagine is probably a very short-lived adventure for those who drink too much in the upper Sharn levels. And to give you guys an idea of scope, Sharn is built upon a magical crossway that allows them to build stone towers to staggering heights. And the tallest of these towers stand roughly 1 kilometer tall. And it's quite a ways down from Drunkard's Drop Bridge, so the Splatterway is aptly named, and you can probably imagine this not the prettiest street at street level. Valeria, this is your home neighborhood, and Mouse, the goblin child, has managed to find you. He often acts as a courier. He's good at doing that. And you've received a letter from an acquaintance of yours in the Sharn Watch. Lieutenant Candace Vilroy, Sergeant Candace Vilroy, and the letter. Yeah, boy, the exact wording is in here, but basically, I have to find the letter. Sorry, guys.
Chris did his homework.
I mean, I did, but also,
It's a lot of moving pieces to be a DM,
it really is.
which is why I've never done it.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do it.
Sergeant Vilroy. Yeah, you have mail, but I cannot find the damn letter text.
You have mail.
It's secretly a romance campaign.
Oh God.
I didn't sign up for that.
You guys, while I'm trying to find the damn letter text, you guys can figure out how you know Vilroy. He is a veteran of the last war, which ended just under 2 years ago. He's also lived in Sharn his whole life. He's a Sharn native. Valeria, that's probably how your character knows him. Potentially. You could also just have grown up with him. Iska, I don't know exactly what the details of your character's background are, but I think soldier might have been an option at one point.
Soldier was the one I believe I went with. Yeah, just to make it easy on everyone.
I couldn't have grown up with him though, because I didn't grow up here, did I? Although I've been doing this for 26 years, so I guess then again, yes, I could have been around.
Might not have grown up here necessarily, but you might have moved into the area.
Yeah, I spent a long time here. I've been here a long time.
Yeah. Is this when we break into song? We're here for a good time.
Oh my god, that was on the radio the other day. That was
Was it really?
That was my grade 12 graduation song.
Was it? Mine was Welcome to the Jungle.
Okay.
Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, it was a bunch of guys that idolized the 80s that ended up picking our grad song, and they literally showed up in like ripped acid wash jeans and mullets to prom.
Yeah.
If they weren't total assholes, it would have been funny.
Yeah, ours, we had a big school-wide vote on what song we wanted for graduation from the like grad committee, and they were all Disney songs.
Oh,
And everybody was kind of like, really Disney theme, but okay. So we voted, we got a song, and then we all show up at grad, and they're playing "We're Here for a Good Time, Not a Long Time," and I'm like, that's not what we voted on.
we do need a bard for the sing-along, Seti. We do. I guess I'll be like our stand-in bard. I'll randomly start quoting stuff from like Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones just for the funsies of it.
Yeah, somebody needs to put together like a soundtrack. We can just play it in the background. Like the elevator
No,
music.
then we'll get demonetized from YouTube.
Yeah, that's true.
And we'll get copyright strikes. Nobody needs that shit. Please explain to me how we can use like real songs from Instagram and on TikTok and on like everything else, but the second you put it on a YouTube video, you get like copyright strikes.
Because
Make it make sense.
Because YouTube is owned by a bunch of no good cunts. That's how.
Yes, but you can even do it on YouTube Shorts and
Yeah.
still collect revenue from it. Make it make sense.
Well, I wonder if you play like less than 1 minute of the song, you're okay. But if you play more than a minute, then you're playing it as content and then you have to pay. I don't know.
even then, like if you play less than a minute of the content on a YouTube video, you can still get copyright strikes.
Okay.
Like on a full YouTube video. It has something to do with some of the original like copyright agreements that YouTube ended up doing, but I don't know what they are and I don't understand them. I am not a lawyer. I was not present for those contracts.
I did manage to find the letter text.
Woo! All right, what does my letter say?
So you both get basically the same letter.
Okay, wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do Rahan and I know each other already?
That is up to you two.
For fuck's sakes.
Ooh, Witch of Enchantment is here. Hello.
But
I don't understand the music issue either.
hey, Justin, how are you? So,
Thank you for telling me his name again. I was like, I know it ends in. Is it Brandon? No, that's not right. Oh my God. I am having such
didn't
a
you
bad
tag
brain
him in
day.
a video, Iska?
I totally did, but does that mean that the name stuck for me? No. No. Okay, guys, so just a couple of things for reference. So my youngest daughter was just recently diagnosed with ADHD. I'm in the process of getting my own diagnosis done. I had to fill out my it's just hey you. Exactly. I filled out my like adult ADHD screening thing, and it's like, yep, I'm in the gray area for all questions except for like 2. And the reason I'm not in the gray area for those 2 is because I've been dealing with most likely ADHD for all 38 years of my existence. And I've learned coping mechanisms like writing shit down. I have a very good like visual memory, verbal memory, not so great. So like if I see someone with a name tag on, I'll be able to connect the name tag to the face and I'll remember it for like practically the rest of my life. Tell me your name, it's gone in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why I love that we all have our names underneath our images here.
And
it took me several times seeing you, Chris, to get your face to your name. Several times.
I mean, that was hopefully several years ago. So
it was several years ago, but man, for the first bit, like, and when some people would contact me on one platform, like when I had my tarot business and stuff, like they'd contact me on one channel and would have like a different image of them with their name. And then it was like, oh, I have to like weave the connections. It was hard at first.
Yeah, same. Like written tests screw me up, but if you show me how to do something and I mimic that, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. But if you make me do a written test of it, it's like I never learned the content, which is why I kind of like that's the part I'm struggling with in cos school right now. But which, by the way, I'm loving that shit. I'm really enjoying cosmetology school. So, but
that's awesome.
That's a
side. I'll digress.
Yes. Anyway,
yeah,
we did find the letter. So, and you both received one.
I'm in the bar getting drunk. No, I'm just kidding.
Ryan, you are
sorry.
Girls there? Are there girls there?
If there's any girls there, I want to do them.
If you guys
talk nothing of consent.
If you guys haven't seen that particular video, it's a very old video.
Very old. Like we're talking like close to 20 years old video.
It's almost as old as YouTube is. Anyhow.
It practically is as old as YouTube is. Goes back to like original YouTube days.
Yeah, YouTube became a thing and they immediately posted that video. It was kind of what happened. So, you both received a letter. Rahan, you're probably on the lightning rail in Route 2, Sharn, at the moment. The letter reads, I'm calling on you for a job. I can't write the details, but it pays well and requires your skill. Meet me at the airship dock on the top of Lorander Tower, and do come armed. So that is quite a long ways from the Splatterway. And it's not nearly as far away from Terminus Station, which is the final endpoint for the lightning rail. So if Rahana is arriving by lightning rail, I doubt a druid lives in the city, but it can happen. Urban druidry is a thing, but that's not up to me. That's up to Iska and what she wants for her character. So you could easily live in the King's Woods, which is the forested area a few miles outside of Sharn.
That's where you'll find me.
The lightning rail is not terribly expensive at that range, at that distance, and the easiest and fastest way of getting to Sharn. And Sergeant Candace Vilroy is an acquaintance of y'all's by one means or another. Either you fought beside them in the war, or you grew up with them here in Sharn, or you've known them, or perhaps you paid them off to look the other way. Either way, you are familiar with this person, and they're, as far as crooked cops go, they're pretty much on the up and up. And the Lorander Tower is one of only maybe 2 or 3 airship docking towers. Which, yes, airships exist. They're rare, but they do exist, and only a few cities on the continent have airship docking towers. Sharn is one of them. And it's quite a ways by foot if you stick to the normal pathways, which, some of you probably don't stick to the normal pathways. Some of you might jump around a little bit. A bit more daring. Those who are a bit more daring than others can get around more quickly at a certain level of risk. Remember, this is a city of towers. So think if New York City didn't have a street level and it just had bridges connecting all the skyscrapers together, that's what you would get in Sharn.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking up, you don't actually see the sky. You just see crisscrossing overheads, overpasses, bridges, ramps, stairways, and balconies. Looking up from the street level. In fact, there's actually only one area in all of Sharn where you could actually fall from the highest levels and not hit anything on the way down to the street level. That is called the Splatterway. Aptly named, because of course the city council decided that would be a great place to put a strip of bars. So Drunkard's Drop Bridge is the origin point, and the Splatterway is the final destination in more ways than one.
I mean, I suppose it's an easy way for the drunkards to, clean up after themselves, and the city doesn't have to take any responsibility for it.
And so that's one way to get rid of the riffraff, I suppose.
Exactly. Let them take themselves out.
Upper Sharn being one of the more ritzy and snooty locations, areas of the city. The higher up you go in elevation, the more wealthy people tend to be. That would not be out of character. So, but this is a long walk from the Splatterway, but less of a walk if you're a little bit more daring. But eventually, Tay, you do arrive at in Tabbock's Landing, Upper Tabbock's Landing, and Rahana, you do arrive at Terminus Station which is also like Central Tabbock's Landing.
Do you mean Rahaz?
Rahaz. Sorry, I'm getting.
It's all good. I'm getting into the name too.
I should have you guys change your names to your name / character name.
I really should do that. Yes. Wonder if I can do that.
Do that from in here?
I don't know. If you're able to, you are perfectly welcome to. If you're not able to, then and you need to leave the studio momentarily, you may do that as well. We can pause here. You've just arrived at Tabbock's Landing at roughly the same level. So you're in the same neighborhood as one another.
Yeah, I don't think you can change it from in here.
You can go tap on your icon, and then the 3 dots beside it in your corner there on the bottom left-hand side where you can see yourself. Tap on the 3 dots, and then you can change your display name. Yeah.
Jasmine, I'm not sure if they're terribly worried about drunkards falling off a drunkard drop bridge. I think that's their way of letting people clean themselves up. Remember,
Be a real shame. I
Yeah.
think she's saying, it'd be a real shame if the drunkards fell
yeah,
from said cliff.
bearing in
don't.
mind, OSHA does not exist in Sharn.
Be a real shame. Said with heavy levels of sarcasm.
Mm-hmm. So,
Okay, so we have all arrived at the same place.
yep, you're in the same neighborhood at Tabrick's Landing. It's just a matter of making your way upwards through from lower Tabrick's Landing to upper Tabrick's Landing, which means you just have to pass through the central section. Valeria, this is not difficult for you. You know this city pretty darn well, so you would know the way. You would also know exactly where Terminus Station is. And the letter may have mentioned that you would have the assistance of others that you may or may not be associated with yourself, but Sergeant Milroy is familiar with them. So they may have given you a description of Rahan. And Terminus Station is your typical locomotive, like freight train, like passenger train station, except that the lightning rail is aptly named. The locomotive pulls in. It is arcing bolts of electricity that are caused by the captive lightning elemental that is used to power the rail system. But after a few minutes, the lightning rail powers down to a more reasonable level, and the doors of passenger cars are opened by the attendants, and passengers are able to disembark. About how I was so Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid was synchronicities. Yeah, Space Wagon it might be. So, Rahan, you've already just described your character, but you are aware that you might be getting met here by, one of the locals who probably looks very much like a street rat.
I mean, I was in the war, so
Yeah.
that's okay. Street rats are acceptable. I'm probably getting a few odd glances here, given that I am red-skinned with like horns coming out of my head.
Yeah. Or half-orcs are not uncommon. Actually, in Breland is one of the more racially diverse regions of Corvair. So, if anything, you fit right in. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, like you would fit in here. But if you were to go up to Thrain, you'd be getting some looks.
Okay. Well, that's good news then.
Mm-hmm. Zilargo is mostly gnomes. And Droam, this is just kind of known information. Stop helping Jasmine. Jasmine, that's mean. But Droam is the nation of monsters. It is comprised almost entirely of monstrous humanoids. So not only orcs and half-orcs, but also gnolls, goblins, hobgoblins, bugbears, medusas, and harpies. are
Ooh.
the dominant like races in Droam and the Shadow Marshes. And the demon wastes are exactly what it says on the tin. But you all are able to make your way up.
Hi, Tasha.
Well, hello, animal companion.
She's getting to her food dish. We have to put the up on the dresser, otherwise the dog will just eat all the cat food.
Yeah, I understand that. So, and, as you make your way upwards, you do get a couple of looks as you ascend up through the different levels. The standard income, the average income of the area becomes higher and higher and higher as you increase in elevation. And as you increase in elevation, you get more and more looks from more and more stuffed shirt, snotty, spoiled brats that probably aren't used to seeing people from the lower levels of Sharn. And I
Just
would
give them
imagine
really pointed looks in their face.
they tend to
Yes.
move
Can I
along.
help you?
They tend to move
You know.
along very quickly, and you can notice a few of them checking their coin purse as they pass by.
I feel like this is a really conspicuous place for a meeting, seeing as both of us are so out of place here.
Well, once you get up to the airship docking area, it becomes a little bit less conspicuous because they are currently closed. This time around, there's no airship docked. There's no expectation of passage aboard an airship for the rest of the day.
All right.
So once you made it up that way, you probably are. And it's not unheard of for persons from Lower Sharn to be in Upper Sharn. People do have jobs and they have to work. They're just kind of snooty up here. They must be all the thin air.
We were supposed to use the back servant steps, don't you know?
Supposed to, but
Yeah, if there's a back entrance, I take it.
up the main tower as you reach the upper levels, there's about 100-foot tower that is at the top of which is where the dock would be. And as darkness descends on the city, you see window lights up the towers around you from bottom to top. A cool wind whisks between you, drowning out the other noises of the city. A nearby lift rises carrying a human in her mid-30s with cropped black hair, and a glowing pipe in her mouth. Candace gives a weary smile as she nods to you all, saying, "Thank you for coming. You have made it to the aforementioned meeting point at the top of the Skyway, the the dock. There's effectively nobody here besides you guys. Vilroy thanks you for coming."
Well, you did mention something of payment, so
Yes, it does pay. So Vilroy explains just after greeting you and the obligatory pleasantries. She explains that situation that she herself can't look into. She's concerned for the life and well-being of a warforged named Cole. Cole has gotten themselves wrapped up into a bit of a sticky situation. So,
and you want us to unglue it, I suppose.
well, I had an appointment to meet with the warforged named Cole. They claim to have knowledge of a crime being committed in Old Sharn. I'd like to probably meet with them and see if what they have to say adds up. I'm worried with my status in the Sharn Watch that it would drag undue attention to Cole from other gangs in the area and other, let's say, less than people who are on less than on the level. So the job pays 25 gold pieces up front and an additional 50 each once I know Cole is safe and the the case has been solved. She also, and she's kind of awaits hopefully. I mean, I'm hoping you'll tell me you'll take the job.
As it so happens, I might be looking for a job at the moment that pays as well as this one does.
Okay. This isn't terrible pay. There are better paying jobs out there, but they're few and far between, and they're most of them aren't in Sharn. Is all right. Um, so that other folks in the watch will be able to identify you as working for me. I have prepared these, and she hands you a writ. Says, long as you don't do anything that is outright illegal, these should be respected by any of the Sharn Watch. And it'll get you into places that you might otherwise not be able to get into if it is necessary for your investigation. Last I knew, Cole was supposed to be holed up in the Cog Caravel, which is in Lower Tavik's Landing, an area called High Walls. It is lower, so it is street level. And it's called High Walls because there is a wall built around it. Valeria, you're somewhat familiar with the area. This is where refugees from Sire tend to congregate and collect. Sire being what used to be called Sire is now called the Mournland. So it's a sort of orangey area to the west of Breland, immediately to the west of Breland and Dargoon, the purpley area there. That was wiped out, and you all know that. During the war, something happened, and nobody knows much about it. But the Mournlands used to be the nation of Sire, when it was basically the magical equivalent of a WMD, or the effects seem to be very like it. Nobody knows if it was a weapon, or there others have speculated that it was, punishment from the gods for creating such massive weapons of mass destruction. This is the area where House Kenneth used to be. House Kenneth being the dragon marked house of making. They have profiteered off of the war by creating weapons of war. No one knows what exactly happened, but the result was that the survivors, and there wasn't very many of them, of Sire, fled to all different areas of the continent. One of those areas was Tavik's Landing in Sharn. Any Warforged refugees or fleshling refugees from Sire, and if they came to Breland, they ended up in Tavik's Landing, Lower Tavik's Landing, the area known as High Walls, which is the opposite side of the city from the Splatterway. But the Cog Caravel is a specifically Warforged bar. And Jermaine tells you that Warforged can get in for free, but anybody else would have to pay a cover charge of about 5 copper, which is basically nothing, even for people who are broke. And you can probably find coal there. People in the area, though, the Warforged in that area are wary of outsiders because they haven't been treated very well since the war.
Now, with me being a soldier, that means I can get in for free, right?
If you're Warforged, but a Warforged is a specific race.
Ah, okay.
But the cover charge is like 3 to 5 coppers. You all probably have about 30 coppers left over from character creation. If not, you have 30 gold just left over as on-hand cash, which may have been, liberated from somebody else's coin purse at some point. Who knows?
Oh my. Well, I'm not a rogue, so I didn't liberate it.
No, you. No.
What if y'all just broke in? Jasmine. Something tells me that the commanders of the Warforges would take care of us real quick. That'd be like if regular people like broke into like a Hell's Angel bar.
I know. That's a very good analogy.
Yeah, I'm not down for that.
Jasmine's trying to get y'all in trouble. That's what's happening.
Jasmine is definitely trying to get. At this point, Jasmine might as well just join the campaign. Like,
seriously.
Come on, Jasmine. You know you want to.
You've already been invited.
Devil horns.
Yeah,
no, I'm not down. I'm not down for. I'm not down for breaking in. So I'll pay the cover charge.
Okay.
I'll just pay.
I'll pay the cover charge.
Lower Havoc's Landing is down and a short walk at street level from where you currently are.
I'm kind of confused. I need some clarity.
Okay.
We're meeting at the airship place.
Right. That's where you're at. You're meeting Sergeant Vilroy at the airship tower.
Okay. And then she had like a whole little assignment for us. We're like, cool, down with that. Are we going somewhere now? Or like what's happening?
Now we are going to this bar to go see if we can find this person.
So they made you go all the way up the tower only to send you all the way back down the tower again.
Okay.
That sounds like D&D.
What are we doing? Like, we have to find this guy and basically do a wellness check, make sure he's okay, and then we're supposed to get his information?
Yeah, you're supposed to basically you need to gain his trust and convince him to tell you what he knows because he's expecting Sergeant Vilroy.
Right. But she doesn't want to go because it would be too obvious.
Sergeant Vilroy has told you that they are concerned about Cole's well-being and that if Cole gets spotted talking with a member of the Sharn Watch, who Sergeant Vilroy is pretty well known. Taya, you know this. There's not a gang member in Sharn that doesn't know that Vilroy is part of the Watch.
Yeah.
So that's Vilroy's justification for wanting to ask you to sort of talk to Cole on their behalf. You guys can make the first roll of the day an intelligence check.
How do I do that, please?
Roll a d20 and you add your intelligence modifier to the end result. So it's not the big number associated with intelligence, it's the little one.
Right.
So anything that has like the little plus sign beside it, that's your bonus. That's your modifier.
Right.
Well, I rolled a 16. So let's see what I add to it. Plus 3, 19. Okay. I'm intelligent.
I rolled an 8. Plus 1 is a 9. I'm not so bright today.
So
Taya is not so intelligent at the moment.
So I'm having a good brain day today.
It occurs to Rahan that you're getting sent into what is effectively, as you aptly compared it to a Hell's Angel bar. All of these Warforged are veterans. Cole.
That would be why we would be told to come armed.
Yes. Cole is also themselves a Warforged. Cole is expecting Sergeant Vilroy. Cole's not aware that Vilroy will be sending, assistants or deputies.
Okay.
So this could be a potential problem. Cole could be suspicious by, a street rat and a warrior walking into the bar. This could be a bit of an issue. So you might want to have an approach that maybe that maybe is a bit more gentle. You might want to be a bit more diplomatic than forceful. The description that Vilroy gives you is that Cole is actually missing their right arm. as a result of the war.
So walking in there and saying like, "Hey, looks like you need a hand," might not be the nicest thing to say.
That might not go over well, yeah.
Damn it. It's too bad humor isn't a skill. Otherwise, I'd have like a +5 to that.
Why did we roll for intelligence scores?
To kind of make that connection that Cole is actually expecting Vilroy, and Vilroy didn't bother telling Cole that he's interacting via deputy.
Oh, so like we're smart enough to know that. Okay.
Yeah. You kind of went, oh, this could be an issue.
All right.
So, but your current at present, Vilroy is still there. You guys are all still having this meeting up on top of the airship tower.
Oh.
I would like to construct a Bilroy sent us sign to put on the. No, just kidding. All right, and would you by any chance happen to have some sort of token or object or anything that we can carry in with us that will allow him to recognize that
if you can get
we're
them
cool?
if you can keep them calm long enough to show them the writ, that might be sufficient. Cole, they should recognize my handwriting.
All right. I propose I buy him a drink when we get in there. That might keep him calm enough, long enough to inspect the paper, the writ that I have.
Warforged are living constructs. They are constructed of wood, metal, and artificial vines that work as sort of artificial muscle tissue. They're not required to eat or drink or sleep, but they're capable of enjoying a meal and a drink. So,
well, I mean, he's hanging out in a bar. So, like, do I buy him like a glass of motor oil, or is it like
standard street beer should be sufficient. That's about what they can afford there. Bearing in mind that the Cog Carnival is on the lower level of Lower Tavix Landing. That's Lower Sharn. People are broke there, so cheap beer would be sufficient.
Okay. So, I the drink thing, the little leaf is to like put something in the drink.
What?
You said you're confused. So the little leaf emoji is like poison the drink, but don't do that. Don't do that. Don't take Jasmine's advice.
That's what Jasmine's saying. I'm just like, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on.
Jasmine is playing the part of the pointy-eared little devil sitting on Taya's shoulder, trying to get her to do really wrong.
She is the proverbial devil on our shoulder at this point, and I say, just don't take Jasmine's advice, Taya.
Jasmine is being the opposite of Jiminy Cricket right now.
Well, she's tried to kill me off twice already, so we're good.
Chaotic evil. So.
That you are, Jasmine.
I like that. Put all your stats into charisma and just flirt your way through.
That would be a bard.
Which I feel like Jasmine needs to play.
Me too.
God.
A chaotic evil bard.
They happen.
They do.
They are a thing. And actually, bards are really good characters.
If you have the sense of humor to be able to come up with all and improvise that stuff, which it seems like Jasmine does. Just saying. So I vote that we start to move our way towards this bar and plan to diplomatically buy him a drink Yeah, you not if you play, Jasmine. It should be when the fuck are you joining us? Like maybe next Saturday?
We are playing next Saturday. I know Jasmine is one busy witch, so
So question, do we walk up and buy this person a drink, or do we like sit across the bar and order a drink and send it over through the waitress?
that's up to you.
You know, I think we should ask the barmaid to go buy him a drink and say, you know, these people over here would really love to have a discussion with you if you are so minded.
And I'll put on my best flirty face. We'll trick them.
I mean, I probably look about as appealing to him as
Hey, you never know.
another hole in his head. So I'm not going to try to flirt my way through it.
You just never know what somebody's type might be.
I have a +0 to my charisma score. I am.
Some people are into.
No, Iska is a chaotic neutral not druid spells we don't study, a chaotic neutral half orc druid named Rahaz.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna go to the bar and we're gonna pay our cover to go in, and we're gonna sit down in a dark and shady corner, and we're gonna send the barmaid over with a drink to say like, hey, these folks over in the corner would love to get to know you better. And yeah, so what happens?
Maybe not quite like that.
Okay.
I'm not good at phrasing things. I'm not good at phrasing things. You're good at that, Isco. How do you phrase the request?
We would love to have a discussion with you.
We'd love to. Yeah, we have some pressing.
We have some information.
Some information for you. That's a good one.
Okay. Also, Jasmine, I agree.
Benefit.
So, as you make your way down Lorander Tower to the lower levels, to street level, and make your way over to high walls, the stench of body odor, garbage, and tobacco mixed together in the streets. High walls cuts this crumbling district. Vandalized walls from the rest of Sharn. Though the towers rise over the walls like imposing sentries, many people stand idly on the street corners, eyeing you suspiciously and keeping to themselves.
I'll eye them suspiciously right back.
Most of these people here are warforged. Many of them have obvious injuries. And those that are not warforged are clearly refugees from Sire, as well as a few shifters.
I move amongst the shadows. Nobody sees me.
Make a stealth check.
Damn it. Okay, so I got a roll. I rolled a 20.
Add your...
plus my... What is the other one?
Well, you also have to roll a 4.
A 4?
Because of your mark. Wait, yes you do. Yes you do. Anytime you make a dexterity-based acrobatics check, never mind, I'm wrong. Anytime you make a dexterity-based acrobatics check, you have a D4. You would roll a D20, which you got a 20. You do then...
Isn't like stealth is actually a roll, isn't it?
Yes, stealth is a roll. She did roll. She got a 20. And then she would add her proficiency modifier plus the dexterity modifier. So +4.
Yeah, it should be her skill that she already took on her character sheet.
And I have an 8 for stealth.
Yeah. So
damn.
you rolled a 28. Holy, yeah. Nobody sees you.
Yeah, she's basically, if you've ever read Wheel of Time, she's basically a murderer at this point. She flits in and out of the shadows unseen. She is a shadow. Damn.
So, Roz, you might think that you're by yourself at this point.
Well,
Where'd
I
the bitch
feel
go?
like here's the thing. We're in this kind of threatening environment. Rahaz is like a little bit threatening herself. I am not. I am a small, tiny human who's very, very breakable and fragile. So I don't feel very comfortable just walking down the street like nobody's business because I don't really belong there. So I'm going to be
I mean,
still.
most rogues don't feel confident just walking down the streets.
Anyway,
Anyways, yeah. Yeah, Taya said, oh, you stealth, hold my beer.
So,
Yeah.
the
Like, where'd the bitch go?
Yeah. You do know that you're not terribly far from the Cog Caravel, Valeria. Raz, you probably don't know where the Cog Caravel is exactly. You know you're in High Walls. That's about what you know. But there are people about. Many are Warforged humans from Sire and Shifters. Shifter
Yeah, I
is
don't think any of them are exactly going to want to give me directions to this bar.
right.
I'm like super stealthy, but I totally gave the directions to Rahaz before we left. Because I know where we're going. Because I've been here before.
Did you now?
Yes. Did I forget to mention that? I totally gave directions. So Rahaz knows where we're going.
Well, you know what? We'll retcon that.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
All right. So, yeah, exactly. So a half orc and a human walk into a bar.
Yes.
Ouch.
I got it.
Like,
I
how
love
tall
just your
would a half-orc
impatient
stand?
sigh.
Like, I need a visual. How tall is a half orc?
A half orc is human sized. Is
Human size?
Yeah. Averagely, half orcs are roughly the same height as humans, though they can tend to be slightly taller.
Mm-hmm.
So they would be
So in
maybe
real
a taller.
In real life, I'm like 5'3", and I've always wanted to be taller. So I'm gonna go with like 5'9".
And are they like more muscular?
Typically.
I
Yes.
feel like they would be more muscular, a little tougher than
Typically.
All right. Just needed to get a picture in my head of what we look like entering this bar. So not very intimidating. Okay. Carry on.
I don't know what a Kidyan is bartending, Jasmine.
Isn't that like from Star Wars?
I do not know. I'm sorry, I'm
Wouldn't
not familiar with
that,
that.
like-
I'm not familiar with that particular species, Jasmine. Is that a D&D thing or from myth?
Jasmine thing.
Might be a Jasmine thing. Yep.
Possible. So
Grunt and show your most. Tim Taylor grunt.
oh, so
The demon girlies, apparently, Chris. They are the demon girlies.
oh, okay.
So can we go like sit down at a seat in this bar?
Yes, the Cog Caravel is a dilapidated Warforged dive bar. There's graffiti on the walls and, not so nice slurs about Warforged written on random walls around the area. Smoky low flames in a fireplace barely illuminate the cracked stone walls and filthy floor on the establishment. The single-room space is crowded with Warforged with severed digits or limbs, scars, burns, and other wounds. Other Warforged in the area are gathered around traditional dice, card, dart, and board games, as well as a carnival competition such as throwing metal rings onto a post, tossing a ball at a tower of weighted iron cups hard enough to knock them down, and striking a homemade machine hard enough with a hammer to make it ring a bell. A small bar in the corner serves cheap ale. Behind the bar, a Warforged bartender shouts jeers at patrons who are losing at games. This
And a biker gang / carnival thing going on here.
So, yeah, the Cog Carnival is aptly named. But these are like mini games.
I'm picturing like Chuck E. Cheese, but
yes,
like tougher.
It's like a clockwork Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, that's a really good descriptor.
Role-playing skee ball.
Right. You get the impression that the owner of the bar just wanted their fellow workforce to have a place to hang out where they wouldn't be harassed or insulted or told to go back to the Mournlands by other assholes and charm. There's not a whole lot of places around here where they can just not be insulted or taken advantage of or, some other negative bull crap. Warforged might be constructs, but they are as mortal as anybody else, though nobody knows really exactly how long they could live naturally.
Okay.
They have a nasty habit of keep getting more unforged, if you will.
Yes.
Well, having been a soldier, a dice game is very much something that I am at home doing. So I may pull out my set of dice and saddle up to a table and be like, mind if I join you?
Okay. Make a persuasion check. That's a charisma-based roll.
Mm-hmm. 12.
Okay. They begrudgingly make enough room. That was barely enough. But they're probably not terribly friendly about it. They're not saying much. Jasmine, Jasmine is definitely behind the bar. There's probably a tiefling there somewhere.
I will order up a drink from the
Okay.
tiefling.
It
I'm
doesn't
still
take
standing
long.
in the doorway, not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing.
Okay. There's a good number of Warforged in here. There's not very. In fact, you guys are the only people who are not Warforged aside from the tiefling bartender. I'm going to go ahead and be fine with the idea that there's a tiefling bartender.
I'm trying to pee my pants because it's scary in here.
Most of them are missing limbs or digits. One of them is that where their leg should be has been replaced by a peg, and similar injuries. The forgotten relics. No, I'm the DM. The drink is not on the house yet. They do. It's like 2 copper for a beer.
I'll pay out the 2 copper and wink right back.
Yeah, this ain't exactly the Hilton. So
no.
This is definitely a dive bar. It has dive bar prices. It's only a couple of copper. I'm not even going to make you count out your coppers. Good grief. But bartender does, they do serve you. You paid your cover fee, so they'll serve you, but they're not particularly talkative. And everybody in here, like, you notice that the din of conversation has kind of died down.
I have an idea. So while Rahaz is playing dice, and kind of like taking the attention, I get to be stealthy on the side and go over and talk to, who is it? The server or the bartender who we're going to try to get to serve this drink?
Yeah, there's a Warforged bartender who owns the place, and we're gonna just say that there's a tiefling. Because if that's what it takes to get Jasmine to play, fine. But
So maybe I go over and try to recruit the tiefling to our cause.
Okay.
We're pulling you in, Jasmine. You have no choice.
You can talk to them. You can talk to either bartender. You can try to talk to anybody here, but you might need might need to make a diplomacy check in order to do that.
Okay. That's a 20, right?
It's a D20.
Oh, I rolled a 4.
Yeah, they're not real.
You were about as
I'm just useless in this campaign. I'm just
you were about as
all I know.
diplomatic as a sledgehammer to the head. It's one of those times when we look at you and we go, "It's a good thing you're cute."
Yeah.
Even the bartender doesn't really want to talk to you. They'll serve you drinks, but
So maybe I should try
But
to
only
talk to
because you're paying.
another bartender then.
okay.
I rolled a 4 again. Okay, I'm just gonna go sit quietly in the corner and mind my own business now.
What are you doing here, human?
Just quietly minding my business in the corner now. Sorry, Rahas, this one's up to you.
I'm dicing, I'm drinking,
Okay.
and I'll mention something like, "Oh, I love a good game of dice." It takes me back to when we were passing the time in between shifts on the front.
Oh yeah.
I served at Chris. Where did I serve?
I don't know which nation did you fight for?
I don't
The
remember.
Warforged-
I don't think
the
we discussed
Warforged-
this.
Okay. Well, you see the map. You're currently in Breland.
Uh-huh.
Each of the different colors. You probably did. You could have. Yeah, actually, you're a half orc. You could have fought for Drone. You could have fought for Breland. Probably not Zillargo. You could have fought for Sire, which is what is now called the Mormons. You would not have fought for Thrain or Ondar. The Elden Reaches, because you're a druid, maybe. But that's mostly elves.
I never did figure out where I came from. I just said I was a soldier as my background.
House Thrash has its largest stronghold in Droam, which is this area over here. This is the monstrous nation that nobody wants to recognize as an actual nation, but they kind of can't avoid it. And then Breland is like extremely diverse. It is perfectly logical that you would come from Breland, Droam, or the Shadow Marshes.
I'm going to say Breland because
Okay.
that's where we are.
Okay, the Breland are naturally shady anyway. They just tend to be shadier individuals than most other nations anyway, which is likely where, I lost the card with the people's names on it, where Valeria came from.
So where would I would have been stationed at? Who would I have been fighting? When I was stationed at...
You would have been fighting probably Thrain.
So
Probably
I could say I was stationed at the mountains bordering Thrain, maybe?
Yeah, very likely. Which means that this particular Warforged would not have been opposed to you. You would not have been fighting against people that this guy knew. You would not likely have killed people this guy knew. So
Exactly.
you haven't You haven't you haven't actually given them reason not to like you any more than they already don't.
This guy said, like, I remember passing many an hour playing dice
Right? Okay.
while we waited for orders or for the enemy to attack.
What brings
Looks like
you?
you saw some action too, soldier. Where were you?
Yeah, they're missing an eye and they're missing. They got several dents in their metal plating. It says I fought for Sire against Thream.
We fought against the same people, soldier.
What brings you into this bar? Fleshlings don't usually come here.
Well, fleshings like me don't belong in a lot of places, so I've sort of had to learn to be okay with being an outsider. Mostly I came to enjoy a beer and a few games of dice, but I also happened to be looking for somebody on the side, someone like you.
Oh,
Yep, he's missing an arm. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
there's a number of us missing limbs.
Yes.
You don't have to be more specific, and I'm not sure what your angle is. I'm not sure what you want from them. So,
Well, I'm representing someone, shall we just say, who's asked me to reach out to this person. So I pose no threat to you guys. I have some information for him. He goes by the name of Cole.
Cole.
Yes.
He kind of nods, directing you to a warforged made of darker wood and darker metal, sitting in a corner over by the fire, kind of nursing a drink, not eating anything. They're just kind of hanging out by themselves. They seem to be a bit of a loner, and they're a little bit shifty, and they are missing their right arm.
Do you know him, sir? Soldier, I mean.
No, not well. They don't talk much. I know they've had a bit of a rough go of it lately. Not entirely sure what's going on there. I tend not to ask too many questions. And here we've all seen our fair share of shit.
That we have. The war was not easy on any of us, I think. But especially not the Warforged.
That much is true. Well, that's Cole over there.
Soldier, I thank you. Can I buy you a drink in thanks?
Sure.
I'll signal over to the bartender to fill up his mug, please. And I will pick up my own mug, nod in thanks to the soldier again, and grab my dice and go sit down over at Cole's table.
Okay. As you approach, you notice I'm eyeing you and getting real shifty. He's kind of looking around, trying to see what's going on here. What do you want? Who are you? Who sent you?
So my name is Rahaz, and I promise you, I mean no harm. I'm here on behalf of, what's his name, Billfoy, something like that. What was his name, Chris?
Yeah. Her name was Vilroy, Sergeant Vilroy.
Billroy. I'm here on Billroy's behalf, and if you'll permit me to, I have a document I can show you.
All right.
Pull my bill of writ from my pouch and hand it over to him.
They calm down and relax noticeably, but they're still keeping an eye out. They're still alert, but they seem to have calmed down a bit. Okay. Well, yeah.
Billroy apologizes for not being able to come in person. But as you might be able to imagine, they're a very, shall we say, recognizable person. And it would attract a lot of attention if they were to come in person and meet you.
All right. Well, yeah, that actually does kind of make some sense. Okay, look, here's what I wanted to talk to him about. I was a witness to a crime. My partner Razor, they were murdered by Dask. Dask is, look, I don't really know who they are. But I just know that they have a big operation here. Taya, where is your
Would I recognize that name?
You can make a knowledge, local or knowledge history check. Taya, are you
I'm
close
going to succeed with that one.
Taya, whereabouts are you? Are you still in the corner as far away
I'm
as you can
sitting
be?
quietly in the corner observing right now.
You know exactly who Dask is. You've had some dust ups with them. They are a gang that is made up entirely of monstrous humanoids, probably immigrants from Drone. And they've been causing trouble for the Borman clan quite a lot. Quite a lot of trouble.
So
my
sorry, the friend was killed by a Dask?
Yes.
Oh,
Their partner was killed.
Their partner was killed by a Dask.
Yeah, Warforged cannot technically reproduce, but they do have emotions and they can form attachments and bonds. So
maybe I like overhear that and I could get up and come over and say like, oh, I hear you're having problems.
I can like once Cole has like settled down, I'll just be like, I'm just going to indicate to my companion over here to come over as well. They just and then I'll nod over to Taya and come on over. Okay, so
how many of you are there?
Just us, I promise.
All right. Were you followed?
No,
not to my knowledge.
Taya, you would know better than Iska probably if you were followed.
I say no, we're very stealthy, and I made sure we were not followed.
Okay. Well, look, my partner Razor was murdered. What I know of the situation is, we're both looking for work. Okay, work is hard to come by around here, even for Warforged. Me especially, because my injury makes it difficult for me to get employed and be able to do the work. So Razor was trying to save enough money away, put enough money away for me to get repairs and have a new arm crafted and attached, so that I can join them and go back to work, doing anything. Warforged can work for a long time, but even we can't work injured. So times have been tough, and it's fortunate that I don't need to eat, or I would have starved to death a long time ago. But this city isn't kind to us. In fact, most cities aren't kind to us Warforged. Don't know if you've noticed, but we kind of get shit on. Old grudges from the war, and people tend not to like us.
I served alongside many Warforged, Cole. I have seen how people have treated you in the past, and it's not an easy life, yours, that's for sure.
Well, Razor took a job working for Dask. They wanted cheap labor to help them uncover something in Lower Sharn, in Old Sharn. Now, Valeria, you would know that Old Sharn, that's the ruins deep beneath even the cogs, which are under street level. Beneath the sewers, is Old Sharn. Old Sharn is the bones of the ruined city from eons ago that current Sharn is built on. And it's actually kind of illegal to go poking around down there because it's considered dangerous. Nobody knows exactly what's down there, but every time somebody tried to go down there, it's caused problems.
This is starting to remind me of that Doctor Who episode where they're all in like those little buses, and like if you stop and you go down into like the fast lane, you get like pulled up by those monsters at the bottom that eat them.
I
No,
don't watch Doctor Who. I'm sorry.
oh, I'm sure there'll be people watching who know what I'm talking about. It's a what was the companion? The doctor girl, the black girl. I can't remember her name. Save my life right now. But yeah, that was a good episode. Freaky, but it was a good episode.
She also explains that in order to find it, they look. There's also a kidnapping. So I don't know who they were, but there was a child from House Orion was kidnapped and is being used as leverage. And as she's talking and trying to explain that part to you, one of the windows is shattered by a firebolt that impacts the wall directly next to Cole's head, and they immediately panic and they try to run.
I'll pull him down, I say.
You guys have 1 round. You have 1 round before they try and bolt the door. So you can go ahead.
I'll pull him down underneath the table with me, and I'll be like, all right, come on.
Okay.
If they're after you, then we need to get out of here. We need to be smart about it.
Oh, you set me up. You set me up.
Did not.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. And they make the attempt to get away, but you can't. I'm going to give you you can make the equivalent of an attack roll to try and grapple them if you want to do that.
Well, and then like add like my strength bonus.
Yes, you would add your strength or dex, whichever's better. And you attempt to grapple. For grapple, it's a strength. That
would be a 21.
Yeah, I'd say you got them, and the rest of the patrons of the bar are actually headed out the door and scattering into the street. This was a shooting, and more firebolts impact the wall behind you. I need you guys.
Look, they're after us too, Cole. It's not just you. Whatever's going on with this whole situation, they obviously want to cover it up. If we stick together, we can make it out of here alive.
You know what? I don't know who to believe anymore. I've been lied to so many times, but whatever. Fine. At about that time, you can see the silhouette of 3 kobolds in the street, holding wands of firebolt.
Can I be like, hey, I'm stealthy, follow me, I'll get us out of here?
You can try, yeah.
Okay.
And we could continue with combat round, or we could take a short break and grab snacks, use the bathroom, because we got a bit of a long haul ahead of us. And we could also take the break as an opportunity to say hi to chat. What do you guys think? You want to keep going through the combat, or you want to take a short break, like 5-10 minutes?
I could use lunch.
Yeah, I can use a refill on some food.
I, for some reason, do not have weapons or things that I thought that I had grabbed.
Well, you have the player's handbook, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
for some reason, on my online character sheet, it didn't.
Okay.
I thought I had grabbed a weapon, but it hadn't. But yes, we could. We could take a break now, and I can use part of that time to, even if I can't figure out how to add it onto my character sheet online,
get the weapon stats.
I can at the very least, use the weapons part in the handbook. Also,
if you haven't done so already, you can prepare your druid spells. because
Level 0 I'm allowed to use right now, right?
yeah, level 0 spells are at will.
Okay. Oh, and I get level 1 too?
You also get level 1 spells. I think double check with your class description for level 1. But I'm pretty
Okay.
sure druids get some spells. You don't get a whole lot. You
No,
might have 1 or 2, but I
Yeah.
think you get level 1 spells as a druid first level. I think. And
Are
then
we at level 0 or at level 1?
Yeah, and then level 2 you get wild shape, for goodness sakes.
Yes. Yes, I do.
So, all right, we'll take a short break. Chat, if you want to grab a snack or whatever, you, we'll be back in 5 or 10. We're not going anywhere. But
Stream staying on.
Yeah, stream staying on, and we'll be back to gaming in 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good. Howdy, y'all. Equipment. Aha, there's weapon.
Okay, guys. I had to grab me some rice pudding. I almost fucked up and dumped cayenne pepper on it instead of cinnamon.
That would have been disastrous.
Oh my
I have enchiladas for lunch.
Oof.
That Neil made the other day with some leftover smoked turkey from our Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, you guys have Thanksgiving at a time of year that actually makes fucking sense.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I am modifying my character sheet and adding weapon. What should I take? What should I take? What should I take?
Druids typically don't use swords except for scimitars.
Yep, I know. Or sickles.
Mm-hmm. They have a thing against metal.
Ooh. I'm using a mace.
Okay.
Did I make you choke? It's
No.
It's called Lightbringer.
Lightbringer.
Apparently I get a +1 to it.
Is that a spell?
I don't know. It's just in the equipment. It says Lightbringer mace. Uncommon. It's a bludgeoning weapon.
Oh, well.
It's a magic weapon, apparently. This
You don't,
+1 mace.
You don't have magic weapons yet at level 1.
Damn it!
Don't worry, it's Ebarron. There will be some. You will find some shit.
All right. How about just a regular mace?
Yes, I think that would be all right because it could be a stone mace. It doesn't have to be metal. I don't know. I'm not really too worried about the whole metal thing anyway. As long as you're not trying to wear heavy plate armor, we're fine. Because that wouldn't work for Druid. Which is about as ahistorical as it gets, isn't it?
All right. I'm removing Lightbringer. DM Killjoy.
Shit.
And I'm going to get a sling, too.
Okay. I never understood
That makes sense.
Yes, it does make perfect sense for a D&D druid. I never understood why D&D druids don't have the ability to use like at least a short bow.
Right?
Like that doesn't make any damn sense.
No, it doesn't.
But a druid could wear hide armor. That's about as heavy as you can get.
I think I'm going to do Isn't it leather armor is what you can get? It's
Yes.
the highest, yeah.
Hide armor is technically leather, but very thick leather. So you could go with hide. You may or may not want that.
Yeah, we'll do hide. I am an orc after all, or half orc. I do not need an alchemist's supplies.
Yeah, just go ahead and add your armor and weapons to your equipment and figure out what your attack bonus is with them.
Can you actually warm this up a little bit more, please?
Okay.
Thank you. I love you. He's not listening to me. All right. Why did it not change my friggin' I went to the builder and I added the equipment on, or at least I thought I did. Yeah, I did. So why don't I see it on my character sheet as like an attack?
I don't have any on mine. I just have unarmed strike.
Yeah, that's weird. It should show you your weapons. Do you know why that is, Chris?
No, I'm not intimately familiar with D&D Beyond. That is actually, yeah. If it's useful for you to have that, by all means. If it's more useful for you to print it out and just use a pen and pencil to write it in, that's perfectly okay too. But it does have the auto calculator for when we level up, so that's useful.
Yeah, it's just like you add their weapon and it doesn't show on oh, here we go, mace. I see. Go to inventory on your sheet.
Yeah.
And I think that should no, it says equipped. Okay, when I go to actions, there we go. So if you go to inventory and there's a little checkbox beside your stuff, that means that it's equipped. There we go.
It should auto calculate all the stats to it.
Yes. All right. Then when you go to actions, then your attack is there. That's why. I was like, what the?
I forgot it pretends it's a video game for that, but then it doesn't act at all like a video game.
So go in, I click edit. I go to
You don't even have to go into edit. If you go onto your character sheet, you'll see a big box where it says like actions, spells, inventory. If you go to the inventory tab, you'll then see your equipment, and then you equip it to you check the box and that equips it. Yay, we learned a thing today.
Oh, okay. So active.
Yeah.
Dagger, leather,
And
short
then,
bow, short sword.
and then when you go to actions after it's checked, you will see it equipped.
Yeah, I think Taya
Now
was
you'll be able to
wanting to
see
use
it.
some kind of a bow for your
Yeah.
character. Okay.
I have arrows, 2 daggers, a short bow, and a short sword. I suppose it says I have a long bow too.
Okay.
It doesn't show it in my inventory.
Yeah, that might just. I don't know where that came from. I know we gave you a short bow.
Yeah, whatever. All right. And then when I go back to
Actions to all.
all. Oh, look at that. And then it tells you the hit damage.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm not fancy. Okay.
Oh, and then if you click that plus whatever the hit DC, it'll actually roll like a virtual dice for you and then calculate what your hit is. That's cool.
Yeah, if we were
You can even
screen,
do the same for initiative. What the hell?
yeah, there D&D is. What's the coast? They're turning D&D Beyond. They're trying to turn it into a tabletop simulator, but they're not doing a very good job because they're not giving you like the ability to build out like a mapped dungeon. So I'm, for the time being, we're going to be doing theater of the mind until we can find a virtual tabletop that we all like. Roll20 is an interesting option, but they're being kind of shady at the moment.
All right, so what are we doing? Are we rolling for initiative?
Yep, roll for initiative, y'all.
All right. Initiative.
What?
Okay, D20.
So on your sheet, there's even an initiative button right there, and you click it and it'll roll it for you on your screen, Taya. Mine's 13.
Okay.
Oh. So you just click it. Mine's rolled in 11 plus 4 is 15.
Okay, 15. We got 14. We got 14 and 15.
13 for me.
So 28 total.
All right. 13, 15. We have.
So initiative, Taya, is the order in which all the combatants go in order for fighting.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
initiative is sort of like calculating like the speed of your reaction.
Right.
So when it's your turn, then you will do your attack rolls.
Yes. Okay, so I need to dig out dice. Okay. Dice. And okay. You guys have both won the initiative contest. So Iska, then Taya.
No, Taya, then Ishka.
Taya, then Iska. Okay.
I'm 13. She got 15.
Okay. Taya, Iska, the kobolds, and the one Kenku. There's 3
And the
kobolds.
one what?
There's a Kenku. See if the camera will show it well. The crow person.
Oh dear.
That's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Kenku are anthropomorphic crows that do not have wings.
Okay. So I don't know what to do. You have to walk me through this. Like I've
Okay.
never done this before.
So, because you won the initiative round, you're going first. You do have a ranged weapon. The
Yes.
window that they're on the other side of is now broken because of the firebolt attack that came through the window. So they have no cover and they are in range of a short bow. Alternatively, you could try and, close the distance and make a melee attack. A combat round consists of three. You have three moves, three actions that you can take. You have a bonus action, a movement action, and an attack action. The attack action can be foregone in exchange for extra movement. Meaning, if you really want to dash, you can double your movement speed at the cost of not being able to make an attack roll. Or you can just attack. You have a ranged weapon, which I believe the range on it is like 120 feet. These guys are maybe 50 feet away.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, was shoot him with the crossbow.
Okay.
Short bow or whatever the hell it's called.
So you make your attack roll, and then if you hit above their armor class, it's a hit. If it is below, it's considered a miss. Even though the possibility is it may be bounced off the armor, it's still considered a miss.
Okay. So I go to my short bow and I click that little. I have a +6, so click that.
Yep.
What? 20 plus 6 is 26.
That
Damn,
definitely.
she got a nat 20.
Jeez, that's a critical hit. So
That means your
kill somebody?
damage is doubled.
this is the first crit of the game. Well done, Taya. So why that's good? When you roll a critical hit, you roll your damage and then you double it. That's what a crit does.
Okay. So
It's
then
like
that's
you
52.
like super stretched your bow back and let it rip, and it
Yeah.
like
Or you hit them in a vital
somebody in
area.
the road or something.
Cool.
That was a good hit.
That was
And
fun.
I,
So for those who are tuning in who don't know, Taya's never played D&D before. So her first attack, her first thing,
first
she
attack
crit
roll
it.
ever.
This is how you do it, people.
Yeah.
I'm stealthy and I'm good with a crossbow.
No kidding. She got a nat 20 earlier on a stealth roll. So, like, she basically became the shadow. It was awesome.
Okay. All right. So I did that. Now what?
Roll damage for that particular weapon.
So
Short
your
bow,
damage is
your weapon.
beside it.
Yeah, it's like a D6 or a D8 or something for a short bow.
Okay. It says short bow damage 3 plus 5 plus 4 equals crit 12.
Look that up. I had to look up a short bow because I don't know. Equipment. Table contents. Where does it say equipment? Give me. Equipment. 146. A D6. So you roll a 6-sided dice and add your dex modifier. So a D6. Where'd it go? A D6.
It says 1d6 plus 4.
Yes. So you add the D6. You roll a D6 and add 4.
So why is it 3 plus 5 plus 4?
I do not know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Or do I get 2 rolls because I had a...
No. So roll your D6, add the 4, and then double it.
Okay, I'll just do it with...
Physical dice.
Yeah. Whoop. I knocked it.
I think she was using her online sheet before, Chris, because I saw on my thing that Taya rolled a thing. So
Yeah, I did that one on the thing, but just otherwise I rolled a 4. So 4 plus 4 is 8, doubled is 16.
Yes. And
12.
so That's more than enough damage to drop this guy immediately. So the arrow, the momentum of the arrow carries through him, and you basically just pin them to the to a light post.
Yeah.
Is this the
Now-
crow thing or is this a
This was a
kobold?
This was a kobold. So you are down one kobold. Iska, it is your turn. Unless Taya wants to move real-
Oh, Taya's dog ain't happy. I'm swinging my mace. 16
Okay, they are
to hit.
outside of the build. Are you're going to have to move to close the distance?
Oh, yes, I would.
Yeah, they're
Never
outside
mind.
across the street. They're roughly 50
Never
feet
mind.
away.
I'm going to use my sling. 13 then would be my roll.
Your roll to hit.
Yes, with my sling.
That just hits.
Woohoo! So which 1d4 is my damage? There's a d4. Present yourself, piece of plastic. There you are. 2.
2 damage.
2 damage.
You've made.
I didn't say it was a good hit.
Yeah, you did hit. But, it was. He seems to be more annoyed.
Yeah.
It is now the kobold's turn, and they're going to fire their wands of firebolt
Ah, damn it.
at.
That sounds like a much mightier weapon than what we've got.
It sounds like it. I guarantee you, what you just did with your short bow, doesn't really compare.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I can follow it up.
Taya, does a 19 hit? Does the 19 beat your armor class?
Yeah. My
Yeah.
armor class is 14.
Okay, yep, it does.
Oh, I got hurt.
Yeah, you got hit.
Like,
You've
Fired at the other one.
taken it. You've taken it. Yeah, I'm not scared the hell out of him. He wants to get rid of you. You've taken 4 points of it damage. So whatever your hit point at maximum is, mark that you've lost 4 hit points somewhere.
Okay, so it was 14, so now I'm down to 10. Okay. Oh, wait, but on the thing it says it's 15.
Your hit
So
points.
then you're at 11.
Then you're at 11.
Yeah, on my printed sheet it says 14, but online after I equipped my armor it says it's 15 now.
Armor doesn't give you hit points, but I think maybe we made an adjustment because we made an adjustment for your dragon mark. So I think you do have 15 hit points.
Okay. 11 then.
Yes, you have 11 hit points. The other kobold of the 2 that are left, the other kobold is going to make an attack roll with their with the same attack. They were all equipped with wands of firebolt. Iska does a 15 hit.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Oh no.
They hit you for 9 points of fire damage.
Ow!
Mm-hmm. What's your HP total?
11.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not happy.
what's your AC?
14, I think. 12.
12?
Yeah. That's the one thing that sucks about druids. We squishy.
Squishy.
At first, yes.
Yeah.
So just a reminder, I believe druids do have some spells at first level. Just
Yes.
bearing that in mind.
And I was wrong. My hit points were at 14, so I'm at 10 because my armor class went up to 15.
Ah, okay.
Not my hit points. My hit
All right.
points are still 14. So I am at 10.
I appreciate
bad.
It's all good. I appreciate the integrity. Okay. It is now the Kenku's turn, and they're going to.
I feel a little outnumbered here.
The Kenku is going to close the distance. It's going to take them all. It's going to take them 2 rounds to close the distance.
Is Cole not fighting?
Cole is cowering under a desk because he has no weapons and no armor.
All right.
Heart of a lion, this one. Heart of a lion, this one.
In fact, all the Warforged that could have fled.
Yeah, of course they have.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they stay? That's funny.
But probably true.
Funny, not funny. You know, that type of funny.
So the only thing that Kenku can do is move. So he is going to dash and close the distance, but that's all he can do. He is running past Iska in order to get to Taya's character, whose name I forgot. But
Valeria.
On
the screen.
Is it now? Oh, you did.
Change it. So
Okay, I didn't even notice. Good.
So's mine.
Yes, good. So what this does, Valeria, is when anytime an opponent moves through your space and continues on, you get an attack of opportunity. So you can basically take a free swing at them. But they're trying to close.
I get to take a free swing at this guy?
Yes, they're trying to close the distance to get to Valeria. They have to go past Raz.
Okay. Does a 15 hit with my mace?
It does.
Excellent. Yes. And what is my 1d6 is my hit? 7 points of damage.
Okay, that drops them.
What?
They barely hit the ground. Now they all have 7 hit points.
Sweet.
So you now have 1 Cobalt left to deal with.
I think it's time for the DM to make a bravery check on this one.
They're not terribly happy, but they're not running away yet. But they're not running away yet. It is now y'all's turn. So I believe Taya and then Iska. The round continues in the same order as you roll initiative for.
Okay, so how far away is this other guy?
They're still about 50 feet.
Okay.
One of them has been injured. The other one is not.
So I can. Oh, there's 2?
Yes, there's 2 left. I'm sorry. The one that Iska hit with a sling. Iska hit one with a sling.
Kobolds.
There are 3 kobolds and 1
one.
Oh.
Yeah,
so I dropped 1 kobold. He's out. She injured the other one.
Yes.
So he's like lying on the floor aching.
He's got a welt on his head, but he's otherwise fine. And then
he's more pissed off than anything.
Yeah, then the Kenku got maced in the face.
You're welcome.
Okay. So then I guess I'll do I have to say who I'm aiming for?
I need to know if you're aiming for the one that's injured or uninjured.
Probably the uninjured one.
Okay.
Like everything's happening fast, right? So it's like
Yes.
So I guess I would go for the uninjured one.
Yep.
So I roll my 20, right?
You do. Roll a d20.
13.
Hit.
Oh, but plus 6, right? So 13 plus 6.
Yeah, if it's a natural 13, you hit them already. So yeah, you definitely hit. And then roll your damage. But this is not a crit, so you don't double it.
Right. Just 1 plus 4. Whatever it is, plus 4.
D6 plus 4. Yep.
Okay, it's falling off the table.
Welcome to D&D.
6 plus 4 is 10.
Okay, you drop them. That kobold goes down. Upon realizing he's the only one left, at this point, the remaining kobold attempts to flee.
Can I shoot him with my sling?
You can try.
I don't think this hits. 11.
No, it goes just wide.
That's a miss. I think I just scared him even more, though. Because he is engaged with fleeing, does that give us another attack of opportunity?
No, because he was at range when he decided to run away.
Ah, damn it. All right,
They have to pass through your square in order to get an attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay.
And this guy was outside when he started.
So we won?
You effectively won, yes. The Cog Carnival is effectively abandoned. Most of the patrons have fled into the street. Cole, having no way of getting out, is cowering under a table.
See, this is where we look at him and we go, see, dude, we got your back.
So you said we were tricking you, did you?
We got you, boo.
Looks to me like we just saved you. Do you believe us now?
It seems more likely than not that you're telling the truth, but I have been lied to before.
Oh, good grief,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't just prove that we actually came here to retrieve you, that we're not trying to hurt you. That didn't prove it?
No, it did. It did.
After everything you've been through, you're not armed.
Well, I can't afford a weapon. And I'm at a bit of a disadvantage anyway. So, no, I do believe now that you are working for Villeroy. I had no reason to, I had no way of knowing before, but this very well proves it.
The Bill of Writ didn't prove it before.
There's plenty of I forget the word, forgers in the city.
Yep, forgers, that would be the word.
Yeah. But look, I'm sorry. This isn't the first time someone's tried to kill me because of this.
Shall we go find Villeroy?
Yeah, if we can get me out of here, because I don't think I'm safe here. In fact, I don't think I'm safe in Sharn. But it's time for me to get out of here. So if we can go find Villeroy, maybe you can arrange for me to get out of here.
Do you have a cloak?
He does. Yeah, he's wearing one.
Maybe put your cloak and your hood up for now while we get you out of here.
And he does.
All right. So are we supposed to go back to that area that we met Villeroy before?
Yeah, we never got instructions on what to do after we got.
Yeah. So once the conversation that you had with Cole following this attack, Cole informed you that the group that murdered their partner also kidnapped a young boy who's a member of the Dragon Mark House of Orion, and is being held captive by Dask somewhere. You're not entirely sure where, but he does know that that Arthur D. Orion, his father, he can give you the location of where he's at, and Arthur Orion he resides in the upper levels of Sharn in the Central Plateau, and a particular estate built on the top of one of the tallest towers in Central Plateau Sharn.
So in other words, we'll stick out like sore thumbs again.
Probably, but you do have that writ, which there's a very heavy presence of the guard up there, the Sharn Watch, but because you have that writ, you're effectively deputized you're temporarily deputized.
All right.
But there, now I got that out of the way.
Sounds to me like we should patch ourselves up as best as we can and make our way up to that area.
Mithril Tower is the name of it.
Mithril?
Mithril Tower.
Question.
Yeah.
In the fight, I got down to 10 HP, but like, how do I get it back up again?
So there's several ways for healing. Natural healing is basically every time you take a short rest, you have the ability to roll. This is why you have hit dice. During a short rest, you have the option to use that hit dice, roll it, and regain that number of hit points back. You can only do that once per short rest. Long rest, you can use all of them. So if level 2, you'll have 2D whatevers. You can roll both of them and get them back, and that's how natural healing works. And then there's magical healing if you have any.
Right, which I don't. Okay, just curious.
Like I'm down to 2 hit points, just so you know.
Yeah, he's got.
Well, I just wasn't sure. Like, does it eventually? Like, if we end up in another fight,
Right?
Are we still sitting at 10 and 2?
Yeah. Yes. Until and unless you take another short rest. You also. I skipped over it. You do have the opportunity now to like loot the bodies. And there's a Kanku lying right at.
Oh, you know I'm looting it.
Roz's feet, yeah, and you do find, a potion of minor healing of cure light wounds.
Excellent.
And you find about 5 gold on the Kanku. You also find a dagger and a short sword.
I don't need his dagger. And I have no use for a short sword. I can't use it. Would you like it? Or actually, we'll get the short sword to
give it to
what's his face?
Yeah,
to
I already
Cole.
have one. Give it to Cole.
Okay.
Yep.
That will give him something.
Yep.
Short sword and a couple of daggers.
You can only use one of them at a time, but it will give him something.
Then he's got options.
Mm-hmm. And the kobolds, between the 3 of them, there is another potion of cure light wounds. There's also a featherfall token amongst the 3. Amongst all 4 of them, one of them had a featherfall token. A featherfall token is a magic item that is worn on the lapel or somewhere around the collar, and what it is a magical parachute. If you fall further than 20 feet, it automatically activates and slows your descent down to a survivable rate of speed.
That's cool.
It only works once.
How many gold pieces did you say I got off the guy? 3?
5 gold pieces from the Kanku and the kobolds all in total. So
I'll take 2. You want 3? Rogue?
Yep.
And then if you go to inventory, you'll see the little to the right hand side, you'll see like little gold stack of gold coins with a number beside it. You just click on it and then you can adjust your thing up and down there.
Oh, I'm supposed to be keeping track of my money?
Yes, you should be.
If you wanted to just scratch it down with a piece of scratch paper and then add it at the end of the game, you can. It's easier to do it once. It's up to you guys if you want to do it that way or not.
I don't even see it. Where is it?
Things that cost like 2 copper pieces, I'm not worried about.
I'm taking the featherfall token.
Things that cost like 300 gold pieces, yeah, you do need to keep track of that.
I don't have any gold in my inventory.
In your online thing, you have like 25 gold.
Oh, I see. I have 10 gold right now. So you're saying add another 3.
Yep.
Add. Now I have 13 gold. Okay.
Potion. So is it of healing? Is that what it's called?
Cure light wounds. So it functions exactly like cure light wound spell, and upon being ranked, it's a one-time use.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it in the
It might not be
in
in
the
that,
equipment.
it may not be in the player's handbook, but that's a very low level healing spell. It does like
Okay. Yeah. So cure wounds, I actually have that spell, the first level spell. So it's instantaneous.
Yep.
Creature you touch regains a number of hit points equal to 1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier. What's my spell casting ability modifier?
Yeah, the potion just does the D8 plus 1.
Is that the Constitution? Is that con?
Yes.
No, not Constitution.
Wisdom.
Wisdom check.
For a
So that's
druid,
plus
yeah.
4. So do I do? So my wisdom modifier is plus 4. So do I get back 12 points of damage? Is that right?
Yeah. So like if you rolled max for that spell, if you're casting the spell as opposed to drinking the potion.
Yeah, but how would you do it for the potion? Is it automatically like 8 plus something or what?
You
What is
roll a D8.
Right.
And then add your wisdom modifier. So 6 plus 4 is what you would get back.
It's 10.
Okay.
Cool. So I'm back to full hit points.
All right.
Okay. And then I will cast Cure Wounds on Valeria.
Okay.
So then you roll a d8, Valeria, or I do. Which one? Is it me?
I can do it.
Okay. So roll a d8. It's the one that looks like 2 pyramids stuck together.
I rolled a 7.
Perfect. And then I add my wisdom modifier plus 4. So that is you're back to full hit points.
Sweet.
Yep. You're back up to your max hit points.
Cool.
Yep. There's several ways of doing healing in the game.
Thank you, Rahaz.
You're welcome.
Always handy to have a druid or a cleric in the party, that's for sure.
Yep.
And actually, depending on how you spec them out, druids make better healers than clerics.
As long as they take that focus. They get
Yeah.
there eventually. It doesn't start that way, that's for sure.
No.
Clerics start off as better healers at the beginning.
We need like a safe house to store coal in.
I don't think there's a such thing here.
They don't have safe houses in Charn?
You would have like a thieves' hideout that you could go to, but you're not. Don't whether coal would be safe there or not depends entirely on the situation. Who's trying to attack him? He doesn't seem to know. He knows that there was Dask, but he Cole is just kind of a common trying to be a law-abiding citizen.
It ain't working out so well for him right now.
Yeah, it's not. He needs to get out of here. He wants to leave the city. He just doesn't have the means to do that yet. But he doesn't really have he doesn't have any better options than to kind of follow your lead at the moment. So you guys can
All right, so
try to
let's
take him with us.
So we're gonna go see that person at that tower that we need to talk to.
The father of the boy that was kidnapped? Is that who it is?
Yes, the father of the boy that was kidnapped. Cole does tell you that the father is obviously aware that his child has been kidnapped, but probably has more details than he does. Cole only knows that it was an Orion child that was captured.
All right, let's go.
Yep. He is. Let's see. Aldine D. Orion was the name of the child's father.
All right, let's go see old Aldine.
Yep. Many of the grand homes in Mithril Tower are true to the district's name, boasting mithril filigree. The Sharn Watch seems to be everywhere in this neighborhood, full of busy scions climbing into sky coaches, hosting opulent parties, and showing off their latest purchase all at all hours of the day. Unicorn Estate has a grand unicorn statue and unicorn-shaped topiaries adorning the yard beyond an open wrought iron gate. Flanking this gate are two guards in House Orion livery. Each wears a beautiful helm shaped like the head of a unicorn. The magnificent marble home is clearly owned by one of the city's wealthiest dragon-marked families. Seated on a patio couch are two figures engaged in quiet conversation. A haggard old man in his late 30s and an attentive Kalishtar who holds a rose-colored crystal in his hand. Two more guards dressed like the ones at the gate stand nearby. Kalishtar is basically you know how so the Kalishtar are to humans what the high elves are to elves. The Kalishtar they have some psychic / telepathic ability. Beyond that, they're human. They're one of the races that Ebarron added. But they're both very fancy. This is obviously like very well-to-do neighborhood, and this estate is like one of the wealthier estates in the neighborhood. Orion is a familiar name, but this person, their name, you're not necessarily familiar with who specifically this person is, Valeria, but your dragon mark is where you as a player want it to be. So if you want it to be able to be concealed, you can easily hide it, and there's no way for him to know that you're associated with any marked house unless you specifically make an effort to show them.
Okay.
So they would probably not recognize you. Haven't been seen by the upper nobility in probably by this point decades.
26 years.
Yeah, they don't go into the Splatterway. That's just not their neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
They might not be aware that the Splatterway even exists. Yeah, this guy is Aldine D. Orion is pretty well off. I mean, he's got nice digs here. And the gates of the Unicorn Estate are open. You can pass through. The guards would attempt to stop you, but your writ would kind of hold sway here. The Sharn Watch is everywhere, and like they know that they know what that is. It would be respect. The law is respected here.
I'm not even going to try to go in between the guards. I'm going to walk up to a guard and show him the writ and say, sorry that I've come unannounced, but may we speak with Ebarron, please? It's about his son.
He examines the writ and looks over the other guard and just kind of gestures for the guard to go and fetch the to deliver the message. A few moments later, he comes back and says, "Aldine will speak with you now."
Okay.
And they maintain their post, but politely motion for you to pass. And as you do, there's a pre-programmed magical illusion of a unicorn welcoming you to the Unicorn Estate. Yes. Well, the House Orion's, I guess, symbology is a unicorn. And Aldine says, I wasn't expecting visitors, and now I'm being told that deputized members of the Sharn Watch wish to speak with me. Can I ask what this is about?
This is about your son.
My son. At the mention of his son, he goes pale and seems to like not really have a whole lot of energy left. And he kind of sits down roughly on the nearby bench, and his Kalashtar attendant kind of tries to console him a bit. Says, "What about my son?
We're here to help.
How did you know? Who told you what?"
I look over Cole.
Okay.
We look at Cole and ask Cole to fill in the details.
Cole does, and he explains that he was witness to a crime which involved the murder of his partner and the kidnapping, he didn't see the kidnapping happen. He was witness to the result of it, though.
So
But
he's
he doesn't. Cole doesn't know where the boy's being held, but he does know that the boy has been captured. And upon relaying that to Aldine is visibly shaken and upset. And there's, a look of guilt on his face. And I didn't want anybody to get hurt. I was trying to keep this under my hat. I put him to bed one night about a month ago. And in the morning he was gone, and his place was a note.
A month ago?
About a month ago.
Like, dude.
He's been trying to solve the problem on his own because he doesn't like his estranged wife. He doesn't want to tell his estranged wife.
He doesn't want the popo involved.
Yeah, that's also true. He does not want the popo involved.
Well, then we can reassure him that we are not that. While we may be deputized, we are not running through
Hate the popo.
And maybe a little bit of our underground investigative techniques might help this situation along. If he should happen to need some assistance.
The note made it very clear that if I did not use my connections to provide this particular group of people with what they wanted, that being cheap labor, that they would that I'd never see my son again.
So what sort of cheap labor have you been supplying them with?
I've been putting them in contact with people who are able to put the word out. I've been hiring workforce, specifically homeless, unemployed, would not likely be missed workforce. And he looks guilty looking over at Cole.
Has he had like a recent proof of life on his son?
Only short messages from what's known as a message spell at various intervals. A message spell would be sort of like a phone call, but it's only good for like X number of words.
Right. Okay. He's providing labor. How does he acquire this cheap labor?
He puts out job postings.
Oh, so it was that one of the job postings that got
It was.
Cole's partner?
It was. The Cole answered you, yes, the Razor took a job working for Orion. And it was hard labor. There wasn't a whole lot of detail, not very forthcoming. And Cole kind of glares at Aldine and didn't pay very much. And basically what the job was basically digging in old Sharn, trying to uncover something. And
can I ask to go use the washroom and then sneak into his office and rifle through his papers to find more information?
You can make a persuasion check.
Okay, how do I do that?
You would roll a d20 and add your charisma. If you're proficient in persuasion, you would add your persuasion bonus also. You're
That should be on your character sheet too.
All right. So persuasion, I've got a +2, and what was the other one?
Your charisma. So you would add +2 to your charisma bonus.
My charisma bonus is 2. So
Okay.
that's +4, and I rolled a 2, so that's like 6. None of my ideas ever work.
This isn't really the appropriate time to be using the washroom. We're having a rather serious discussion. If you wish to do so afterwards, maybe I can arrange it if we come to an agreeable arrangement.
You can't hold your bladder. It's not our problem.
Washroom.
What are they digging for? An old shard.
Well, there is going to be whizzing off the side of the tower.
Hope you perfected your squat.
Oh.
Or it might be Splattergate. What are they digging for in Old Charn?
I don't know.
So why do they expect you to provide the cheap labor for it?
Because they were able to get leverage. They were able to get my son, and that provided them leverage. That's why they're using me.
So why haven't you involved the authorities?
Because if I involve the authorities, many of the authorities are in their pocket. And that could get my son killed.
Fair.
I don't know if you've noticed, but not all the cops around here are on the up and up.
Yes, that's very true. All right. So what can we do to help?
Honestly, I don't know what to do. You can forget that you heard about this and not say anything to anybody, and hopefully when they're done, they'll bring my son back.
Or we could
Or
go to him.
we could pretend to be cheap labor and take a job and work undercover for you.
Well, the problem is they're only hiring workforged for the job. That's all that they're accepting. The warforged and Sharn are not going to be missed. They are the least likely to be investigated. Cole and Razor. Cole got lucky convincing Vilroy to investigate Razor's murder. I assume he doesn't know that. Well, actually, yes, he does because Cole just told him. But I assume that's the only reason you're here.
We could sell coal in undercover.
Cole said, I'd be happy to do that, but I'm missing an arm. How would I do the labor? I'd be happy.
I'll look at Aberdeen. You look like you are well enough off to be able to afford him an arm.
Probably.
Probably.
When this is over, I'd be happy to do so.
He's not going to be able to work if he doesn't have an arm. Which means he wouldn't be able to do any undercover work for you without that extra arm. Which means even longer before you might see your son.
Isn't an arm worth the price for your son?
It's not that. I don't want to take the risk of anybody upsetting my son's captors and getting him killed.
Do you have any declaration that they're not just going to kill him when this is all done anyways? How do you know that's the case?
I have no reason to believe that they would or wouldn't.
Exactly.
It's at this point, you hear a voice in your head. So you're aware that Kalashars are telepathic. That's just kind of known by the by the world. I have no doubt that Caden will die, regardless of Aldine's actions. Please save Caden and return him to his father. House Orion would owe you a great debt, and you see how broken the man is. There is an enclosed lift 5 buildings north of the estate. Look for the Medusa inside. Make sure you're alone, as this lift will take you down to the dig site and hopefully to Caden, their son. Meanwhile, the
Is this in both of our heads or just
it's both.
Taya's?
You both hear this, and you're able to respond telepathically, but you don't have to. Meanwhile, Aiden is trying to talk you out of investigating. He seems to be fairly convinced that if he just shuts up and lets things happen the way that he's being bullied into letting them happen, that he'll get his son back. Or at least that's what he's not willing to take chances. He's clearly not a gambling man, and he's trying very hard to not rock the boat.
All right, so I'm going to look knowingly at the telepathic, and I will say to Aberdeen, I'm sorry we could not be of more assistance to you. We will forget that this conversation happened and go on our ways, and we wish you the best to you and your family. And I hope that your son will be returned to you safely soon.
He pauses for a moment. Says, thank you. Kind of looks over at the Kalash jar and then seems to say, thank you. There's the door, but thank you. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think there's anything that can be done for my son.
All right. Good day to you, sir. Nod my head and indicate to the other two it's time for us to leave.
Cole glares at him on the way around. Valeria, are you leaving yet, or are you following suit? Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I'll just leave and go with her.
Okay. You've been given directions to the lift.
Mm-hmm. We have.
Mm-hmm. The double doors in the enclosed lift car open to reveal the inside of a 15-foot cube made of stone with etchings of unicorn patterns covering its walls. This lift, the doors, however, had a sign on it that said out of order, and then the doors just opened. Magic orb in the ceiling illuminates the lift.
I shall go in.
I was going to say, we enter the lift.
Yes, there is a panel on the back wall that, along with all the unicorn filigree and decorations, the panel sticks out a little bit because there's a picture of a Medusa on that panel.
Is that significant?
Yes. The telepathic message.
Mm-hmm.
Hellstar. There's an enclosed lift 5 buildings north of the estate. Look for the Medusa inside. Make sure you're alone.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Medusa.
This panel is flat with the wall, but it's clearly there's
I want to push it.
Okay. It's pretty solid.
Or can we remove the panel?
Do you have anything to pry with?
Yeah, I have a crowbar.
Okay, yeah, that crowbar would do the job. Inside,
Say we also have daggers if we don't want to be quite so
Obvious.
Yep.
handsy.
Crowbar though.
Yeah, there's the head of a Medusa engraving amid all the unicorn heads hides the seam of a secret panel. A tool or weapon can be used to pry open the panel, behind which are several wires connecting the car lift to a small Ebarron dragon shard. Each wire is connected to an individual pin-sized hole in the dragon shard. There seems to be one wire that is not connected.
Connect the wire.
Yep. And as soon as you do, the doors kind of slam closed. The car,
Cole wasn't standing in the doorway.
no,
We're all inside.
no, Cole he's coming with you. but
Bunkered
he's
off.
Yeah, he wants to get out of the city. His kind of he no longer has a horse in the race. He wants to get out of here for the sake of his own self. So he's
Word of the
actually
lion.
the doors. He's going to get the next lift and make his way out of the city. Um, so he's not coming with you.
But we gave him weapons.
Let's get him out of here. Um, uh,
Okay, so the two of us in the lift.
the doors do slam closed, and the lift begins to move downwards. Faster than a normal elevator, but not so fast that it would be dangerous.
Okay.
The lift seems to descend forever into the belly of Sharn. Several minutes pass as the lift rattles and shakes, as if passing into some place it was not meant to go. This rumbling builds to a violent peak, then the lift stops. Its doors open. By the lift's interior light, you can see into a vast, unlit cavern strewn with broken stonework from ancient buildings as far as you can see in every direction. The air is stale and filled with dust and the scent of decay. These are the ruins of the city atop which Sharn is built. Ahead of you yawns a 50-foot diameter, 10-foot deep pit that seems to have been intentionally dug by hand. You hear the soft sobs of a young child coming from a wooden shed on the far side of the pit. So you have about 50 feet till you hit the edge of the pit, and the pit itself is about 50 feet wide. Immediately on the other side of the pit, there's a shed. Somebody's sobbing inside of it.
Like 100 feet away.
Um,
And
This-
there's no way around it.
you can walk around the pit. Yes, the cavern is wide enough that there's plenty of room on any side of the pit to cross around to the shed. You don't have to go through the pit, though it is only about 10 foot deep.
And there's nobody else
Yeah,
around.
Not that you can see from your current location. The light, there is light down here, but it's very dim and coming from like ever bright lanterns that are hanging on the shed and one on the elevator shaft that the lift is in, and the lantern inside the light, and that's about as much as you have to see with. However, do half orcs have dark vision?
I believe so.
Okay.
What, Andrew? Yeah, that's fine. Or do you want leftover enchiladas? Here. You just have to reheat it. I just cut it. That's all. Sorry, child.
That's okay.
So I'm going to indicate to Valaria that we should be quiet. I believe orcs have dark vision. You're asking me to check on that. Let me see. Dark vision. Yep, up to 60 feet.
Okay. I don't know. I don't think humans do. Humans do not have dark vision.
No.
The only exception would be humans of the same house that Iska's character is in.
And I'm not. But I'm sneaky.
You are damn sneaky, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to follow her because she can see and I can't really.
Well, there is dim light,
Okay.
so you're not totally blind down here. It's not total darkness.
Can we go over and check out what's in the pit?
You can.
Sneakily?
Yes, you can. Make a stealth roll.
18.
Yes.
Plus I have an 8 for stealth, so that's a 26.
Yes.
Plus, you would add a D4 because you're. No, you don't. I keep getting that confused. Never mind. That's acrobatics. So.
Yeah, I got a 6 for acrobatics.
So.
Got an 8.
So Because of that roll, you get the drop on 3 goblins that are waiting to ambush people, which means you get a surprise round, which means you get to go do a thing, and then we all roll for initiative.
Like what kind? What do you mean? I get to go do a thing?
If you wanted to attack them, you could attack them. If you wanted to, like,
Oh, like I see them before they see me
yes, they don't see you yet,
because I'm so stealthy. Okay.
but you could attack them, or you could like be the scout and go back and tell Raz, or you could do something that I haven't thought of. You can do a song and dance and get their attention. I mean, it's really up to you.
I don't recommend the song and dance.
I was gonna say they don't strike me as like this is a situation where you can like talk it out because we're not supposed to be here at all. So
They're goblins.
yeah, I'm
They're
guessing
goblins.
I will attack.
The only thing that they're interested in doing is killing you and eating you.
Yeah. So I'm guessing I will attack first because as soon as I do that, Rahaz will recognize that I'm fighting and like step up
Very likely, yes.
rather than taking the time to go back and be like, there's goblins.
Yes.
We're gonna have to fight them.
Because you have
Drop on them and fight them.
because you have surprise, you have advantage on your attack roll. Whenever you, because you are a sneaky rogue, have advantage on an attack roll, you can add your sneak attack bonus, which is a D6 to the attack roll. And the damage roll.
I thought attack with advantage was that you got to roll your d20 twice and then take the highest one.
Yes, that's correct. You roll the d20 twice because you have surprise. You have advantage. So you roll the d20 twice so that's rolling with advantage. And then if you hit, which you probably will, you would add a d6 to the damage in addition to what you do normally.
Okay, so I'm rolling a d20.
Mhm.
I rolled an 8, and then I roll again.
You roll again and take the highest number.
18.
There!
You have rolled an 18. That definitely hits one of them.
Okay, and
So
then I
you
have
roll-
to roll a 6.
You roll a d6, add your...
So first you roll for your normal damage.
Right, you roll for your normal damage,
1.
which is a d6, okay, plus 4 because of your dex. Right, your attack bonus is, I think it's what we say, was plus 4?
That was plus 6.
Plus, okay.
I don't even see that on here. That's on the online one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, check your online one. It'll tell you what your hit roll is there with the weapon.
It's
Like your
probably
damage roll, I mean.
either plus 4 or plus 6. I'm not too sure which one.
Shit, I can't find it now. Where was it?
It's under your equipment.
Hit/DC is plus 6.
Yep.
Yes, so it's a plus 6.
So 1 plus 6 is a 7.
Right. Plus an
8.
additional d6 because of your sneak attack.
5.
Okay, so 6 plus 6. So you hit them for 12. So you just outright, like, assassinated them. They are now dead.
All 3 of them?
No, just one of them.
Oh.
But you are extremely well hidden. They definitely notice one of their guys going down. They are no longer surprised, and you guys now need to roll for initiative.
Okay. So that's a d20, right?
That's a d20.
13.
16.
Okay.
See? It's like she was behind me picking up what I was laying down, and now she's jumping in on it. Boom, boom. Tag team.
Boom, boom.
Okay. Goblins. Where are my dice? Why did I put them back? Okay. Okay. So you go. So Iska, Taya, and then the three goblins each have to go. And then we repeat. Um,
Is it only 2 now, or is there 3 left?
there is now 2 goblins. Yes, correct.
2 goblins. Okay, cool.
So Iska, you're up.
I'm Mason.
You're Mason. Okay.
I'm Mason. That is a 19 to hit,
Definitely.
which I'm assuming hits.
Yes, that definitely hits a goblin.
And that is 9 points of damage, sir.
That drops one.
Yes.
So there is now one little goblin. And he is trying to run away. But he has to run past Valeria in order to do that.
Okay, so then I get one of those little like.
You get an attack of opportunity.
Okay, what do I roll? A 20?
Yes.
Oh, I got a 1.
So that
Oh dear, you got your first critical fumble.
So firing an arrow into you attack the darkness with an arrow.
Attack the darkness. Okay.
This goblin is going to beat me and get the hell out of Dodge. He's probably running straight for the lift.
Can I hit him again? Can I try again?
You know what? Yeah, you could try, but you would do so at a disadvantage because he's moving.
But I got my short bow.
You do have a short bow. You can make another try, but you would be doing it at a disadvantage. So you roll 2d20 twice and keep the lowest result.
Okay. An 8 and an 18.
So 8
8, but then I go plus 6, right?
plus 6. So 8.
14.
That barely hits. Roll damage.
I had
2.
some good luck there, Taya.
2. He takes 2 damage. Yeah, you just clipped him. He's not down and he's still trying to run.
Well, then I pull another arrow out.
Yeah.
I try to go again.
Eventually, you do end up drop. This is the thing where it's like, okay, do I keep making you roll? So we're going to do it differently. I would like you to make a different roll to see, do you hit him before he makes it to the lift and closes the doors?
Okay.
I want you to make a dex-based roll against his dex.
Okay.
So you roll your d20 and then just X bonus to it.
Yep.
2 plus 4 is 6.
Okay.
Damn it.
Well, not damn it, because he rolled a 2.
Oh!
So you drop him just as he reaches the door, and the door
Like a
attempts to close on
slippery
his
little bugger.
The door is trying to close on his head. which is actually holding the elevator for you. So that's actually kind of convenient.
I'm going to go back over there and unplug the wire from behind the Medusa so that the lift is not going to work unless we make it work.
Okay.
And then I'm going to put the Medusa thing back into place so it looks like it's where it should be.
Okay.
I'm a smart one. Smart half work.
We know who's got the intelligence points.
Do you move the goblin, or do you let the door just kind of half close on its neck?
Oh, I'm going to take him out, but at this point he is like, he's there.
Yeah.
All I have to do is just like as I'm walking past his like as the door is like, all I have to do is take my friggin' mace and just clunk. There's no hitting involved. Like I don't have to roll. I can just bonk.
Yeah.
He's done.
He's dead. His dead body is just holding the door open.
Okay, I'll move his dead body to the side into a shadow so that it's not. Actually, I'll just put him back in the pit with his friends so that it's not immediately apparent to whoever is like walking around. They'd actually have to go and look for him to find out.
So before you were so rudely interrupted by the goblins, the other thing in the pit is about 3 disheveled and very unhappy looking warforged who are like shackled.
Aw. Can we
And they're
go?
not really saying anything. They're not even looking up. They're not really even, paying attention to what's going on. They're just kind of sitting there.
Can we go talk
Well.
to them?
You could. It's only a 10-foot deep pit, and it can be easily climbed.
So
Yep. Once we've dealt with the goblins,
yeah, we'll hide all their bodies away and then go talk to the guys in the pit. Be like,
On the left.
hey, are you guys okay? What's going on? Can we help get you out of here?
So they're not really talkative. They said, you don't look like Dask. Well, you might.
we don't
Looking
look like what?
You don't look like Dask. Dask is the monstrous humanoid gang that's kind of new in town and causing these problems. Dask,
Okay.
Dask is the gang that is blackmailing the Orion family.
Yeah. But I'm obviously not one of them. I
No,
don't dress like them.
no.
And we just killed a bunch of goblins, so obviously we're like,
Yeah, you're obviously not with Dask, and nobody would connect you to Orion.
so
No, we're not Dask. What are you guys doing here?
Well, we were
What are they
hired
making
for a
you
job.
do?
We were hired for a job. Turns out the employer sucks.
What's your job?
Digging.
what are you digging for?
what?
We don't know. Sometimes people come down here and they just kind of look for old relics that were lost to time. No, this is old Sharn, city on top of which Sharn was built. We don't really know what they're looking for.
Have
Sometimes
you found anything?
Yeah, a few things, but
Can you describe them to us?
knickknacks and he describes like old works. Sometimes some of us have found like instruments, furniture, artwork, things that wouldn't be worth a whole lot of money, but
Were the Dask people excited about those finds?
not those ones. They were only ever excited about one find.
What
Okay.
find was that?
It was an old chest.
What was in the chest?
Well, we don't know. We couldn't get it open. We didn't have. We just unearthed it. It was a fancy metal chest, gold plated, had gems encrusted in it.
Were there any symbols or signs on the chest?
Yeah, there was a few of the dragon marks symbols on it.
Which dragon marks?
All of them.
Hmm.
That's kind of
Well,
They-
let's get you guys unshackled here. You don't need to be sitting in this pit.
Yeah, you might want to do that before Garda comes back. Don't know when she'll be here, but she usually comes back every day or so to collect the things we find.
Guard.
All right. Is that the boss?
Yeah, she's a half ogre. Not real nice. Part of Dask. Think
She
she's
doesn't sound very nice.
yeah.
Does she come alone?
No, not usually. She usually has a couple of hobgoblins with her, but last couple of days she has been. Not sure what happened to the hobgoblins. Maybe they made her angry. Probably ate them.
There was a Sounded like a child crying before
Oh,
we
yeah, the kid.
found these orcs. We should probably go check out that too.
You gonna get these off? Make kind of motions towards the shackles. We'd like
Yep.
to get out of here if we had the opportunity.
Yep, let's get these off of you.
Okay.
Can we just take them off, or what do we have to do?
That's a dex based.
Can I search the goblins for keys, please?
Yes, you can. Meanwhile, to pick the locks is an open locks check, which is a dex based check. It should be in your list of skills. It's like open locks or
I have that.
yeah.
I'm going to check for keys.
Okay.
Thieves' tools, so I can pick locks.
So you can make a d20 roll and add your proficiency bonus to your thieves tool plus your dex bonus.
Okay, well, I rolled an 18.
Okay.
And then what do I add?
You add your dexterity bonus, which should be
4.
4 plus your proficiency bonus, which is +2. So 6 total.
2 plus 2 is
So
24.
18, you roll a 24. The locks come right off as though you had the key. About the same time,
Did I find the key?
as finds the keys.
That sounds about right. Do I find anything else on the goblins?
Yeah, you find like a total of maybe 5 silver pieces, and I think you find like one more featherfall token.
Sweet.
Can I
So
have
now-
one?
Yeah, you do now have a total of 2.
You can have the featherfall token. I'm taking the silver.
Okay.
And there is off to the side, there's a pile of things that were found before that they kind of motioned towards. Like we found a couple of those things down here.
What are they?
It's a wooden.
Let's take
It's
a
a
look.
wooden. There is a wooden chest that's only got 2 objects in it. They're both
What are they?
they're both different colored burlap bags, roughly the size of a tarot card bag, and they seem to contain 3 spherical fuzzy objects.
Fuzzy.
Fuzzy. Roughly
Can
the
I
size.
take a closer look?
Each one's roughly the size of a golf ball. Yeah, you can. You can pick them up. The chest isn't actually locked. This is just a weird.
Are they warm?
They're not cold.
Are they alive?
You don't know.
Maybe we just take them with us, just to be safe.
I'll ask the Warforged. Do you know what these are?
No
Have
idea.
you found these before?
No idea. We do find strange little knickknacks and doodads and tchotchkes around here every now and then. That's just what we found this past couple of days.
You haven't seen this particular item before?
No, I'm not an artificer. I have no idea what that is. I'm no wizard either. I just dig. I'm just a worker. So are we. There's 3 of them. None of them know what they are.
Yeah, that's fine. I will pocket those because those are interesting. They sound, because they're fuzzy, like maybe they should be alive.
Yeah.
Well, they are
Almost like pigs
They
or
are-
something.
they are fuzzy furred spheres the size of golf balls.
So they're just small.
Weird.
So yeah, take them with us. Let's take them with us. Because if they're not important, it doesn't matter. And if they are important, then we got them.
I'm going to put the balls in my purse.
In your half work first.
Yep.
Okay. One of them is gray. The other one is rust colored. The bags.
Sweet. Shall we go get the boy now? I feel like we should go get the boy. He's sitting.
Are there any other objects of importance here that we should note?
There doesn't appear to be.
Okay. All right, yes, let's go check out that shed quietly.
Stealthily.
Stealthily. Dun, 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 dun.
So, making your way over to the shed, you do not encounter any other hostiles or any other living creatures at all. There are some bones scattered around, but they do not reanimate. This is not a living dead situation.
Excellent.
And the door to the shed is barred, but it's not actually locked. It just would not be openable from the inside because there's a stick through the door handle.
All right, let's remove that.
In the door.
Actually, check for traps
Okay.
because I am not stupid. Okay, perception
like
would
you
be the
played
one I
this
would use,
before.
right? Yes. So I rolled a 19 and I have a +6 to perception. So I'm going to assume that if there were any traps there, I would find them.
Yeah. So this is kind of a makeshift tripwire that goes to a bunch of tin cans that would alert the goblins that you've already killed. So it's a trap technically, but it's more of an alarm.
Moot point.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I found it. I can disable it so that it doesn't make a bunch of extra unnecessary noise that I still don't want to make right now.
Because we are being stealthy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So can I disable the trap without it making a bunch of noise?
Yeah, you can just cut the wire and move it.
Cool. I'll do that. And then now I'll open up the bar.
Unbar and open the door.
Inside, curled up in a ball, is a rather distraught and looks very depressed and unhappy Caden D. Orion. He is just barely old enough that his drag mark is showing around his eye. The House Orion dragon mark of passage. It's this faded. Anybody that's gone through that has received one at this point, yeah, it's showing, but probably hasn't manifested any of his abilities yet.
I am going to go over to him and say, "Hey, little guy," and I'll give him some of my food and like food rations and some water and say, "I think we need to get you home."
Yeah, that does perk him up. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't speak. He's still too traumatized, but he will accept the food, and that seems to like improve his. Maybe it doesn't cheer him up, but it makes things a bit better. And you do notice that he is shackled.
Do I have the key?
You probably found the key for these shackles on the goblins.
All right, I'm going to try unshackling him with the keys.
Of course, Valeria has a key to like almost every lock, it seems. Yay, rogues.
But she can try the actual key.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit faster.
The key, you do eventually find the key. There's like 5 keys. There's only 2 things that were locked. It doesn't make any sense, but you do eventually find the correct key. And
All right.
Get the shackles off of them.
Okay.
And now we scoop him up and run away.
The Warforged they've dispersed into the cavern further. It's as if they kind of know how to get out of here. They're not going to where you're going. They don't want to go up to the upper levels because Warforged, you've never seen a Warforged in Upper Shard. But yeah, you do eventually get them to the lift. That lift will go directly to, his neighborhood.
Yep,
And,
let's do it. Let's reactivate this lift.
Okay. It does shudder and sputter, and it doesn't seem to like being down this deep. But eventually, it reaches a level where it would normally operate, and it does take you back to Mithril to Mithril Tower without incident.
All right, let's take him back to his dad.
Okay. Upon arriving, the guards they seem like they're going to stop you, but upon recognizing Caden, they immediately usher you in. And one of the guards runs ahead to fetch Aldine. You are met by the Kalishtar, and who is grateful, and this time speaking out loud says, "Thank you. You've done us a great service." Aldine will be out shortly, and you've done us a great service. You've taken away Gask's leverage, so I think maybe Aldine will be a little bit more accommodating now that he's got his son back. And shortly thereafter, Aldine does come out. He doesn't acknowledge anybody. He just runs and scoops up his son. And
As any parent would.
there's several minutes of being very emotional and happy to have his son back. And his son isn't talking yet, but he's clearly relieved to be back with his father. Caden has been through a lot, so he's probably not going to be very talkative. And then when the shock of getting his son back, when he finally comes to his senses and realizes that he still has company, he does thank you profusely and says, I know I wasn't very cooperative earlier, but I was worried about my son, but you've done me a huge service. You've made a friend of House Orion, that is for sure. Yeah, I know.
You got a friend in me.
So, thank you. But I've been in contact with Sergeant Vilroy recently. He did swing by and check in on the situation. Vilroy apparently spoke with Cole. I also paid for Cole's fare on the lightning rail to get him out of town. And I promised Vilroy that I wouldn't disclose where Cole was going. I just paid the fee. I do not know where he's going. I don't need to. The least I could do was to ensure his safety and get him as far away from Sharn as he wants to be. The lightning rail can do that. So Sergeant Vilroy spoke with Cole. Cole filled him in. Once Cole was out of Lower Tavis Landing, Vilroy was able to speak with him again here. He spoke with him privately here. And I think I have more information for you. And he tells you that one, he pays you a bounty of 100 gold each for returning a son. This is in addition to your agreed upon fee. And he also offers I have some supplies, healing. We have some alchemy supplies, potions, and a number of scrolls that you might find useful, which you're welcome to. I do know that that Gerda, my contacts, look, my family owns the lightning rail. I know who books when. A criminal, half ogre by the name of Gerda has booked a first class private coach on a lightning rail that is headed to Rote. I don't know where she's going from Rote, but that's all the further she's booked for. It's
She sounds like she was the one who's been keeping your son captive
she
for
was.
the last month.
Yes, Gerda was the half of it that has been keeping my son. If you can bring her to justice, I don't much care how you do it. I would greatly appreciate it. And House Orion would possibly have more work for you in the future if you're interested. If you're not interested, that's quite all right. You aren't going to have to pay for fare on the lightning rail should you ever need it in the future.
Well, I'm grateful for that at the very least.
It's a little expensive if you go any further than the road. That's the cheapest fare you can get, and that's like 5 silver.
I think we should see if we can't follow this Garda. What do you think, Valeria?
I think, but did we get our money from Bilroy?
Vilroy is not currently here, but you are owed the
all my
last
money.
part upon bringing the case to a close,
Oh,
which would involve some like either
so we have to keep going. We're not done yet.
right, but Aldine has paid you a finder's fee of 100 gold pieces for his junk. Yeah.
Didn't we get 25 gold from Vilroy to begin with as well?
Yes, it was 25 up front and an additional 50 gold at the end. So Aldine's
Never
paid
added that initial 25.
Aldine's paid you more than the job would originally paid you anyway. Yeah, had you completed it. But Aldine is like he can afford it.
I'm just making sure we get all our money.
Yeah. Like technically the job's not done yet, but like.
So how do we bring the case to close to get the money? Is it to follow Garda?
Bringing Garda to justice and recovering those stolen artifacts that were stolen from Lower Sharn. At this point, Aldine would advise you as like, yeah, well, if they stole artifacts from Lower Sharn, which is illegal as hell, because things that come out of Lower Sharn from time to time have been dangerous.
So I think we should go find Vilroy first and show him these like furry ball things.
Okay.
And tell him about the chest.
Okay. Do you tell Aldine that you have the furry ball bags?
No.
No? Okay. Yeah, that chest probably contains something that doesn't need to see the light of day ever again.
So I think we should go find Vilroy and tell him about what we heard about what these Warforged are digging up before we head off on our way to go bring Garda back to justice. Because that one seems to have a time limit on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, so he can tell you have about an hour before that lightning rail departs.
Oh.
Now,
so maybe we should go straight for the lightning rail then. What do you think, Taya?
So the lightning rail is in Terminus Station. Terminus Station is in Lower Tavix Landing. You are directly above Lower Tavix Landing. You just have to go down. You don't have to go over. The Cog Caravel, the Warforged bar, was technically further away by about 6 blocks because you have to go all the way down and then over 6 blocks. That was further away than that, but
I don't know. I'm getting tired and I'm getting like decision fatigue.
okay. Would a short break be helpful?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can keep going. We are actually in the home stretch, but this would be an appropriate place to stop and take a break. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs, get a tea or something, I don't know.
I just want to grab a cup of tea then.
Yeah, that'll work. And we seem
Sounds
to have lost chat anyway. So.
Yep. That's okay. I think some of them said they were going to be watching replay later
Yeah,
anyways. So.
I think they will. So I figured that would happen. Like, we've been here for what, since 1 o'clock?
3 hours.
That's
Three and
and
a quarter hours.
Three and a quarter hours, yeah. So that makes sense. So maybe we shouldn't try and push much further than like 4 or 5 hours, because there seems to be like fatigue involved, which, no problem.
And, like, I think if I played this more, but like I'm like so like
Yeah,
every detail is important. It's all got to be in my
Yeah.
brain, and it's like
Yeah.
I'm getting tired.
that's all right. Yeah, you're
Some people take notes when they game too, Taya, if they have
I
a hard time remembering.
I've been just about who all the people are because I'm like, what? Who? What?
yeah, you're gonna remember them, and I'm not in about 5 sessions. So, yeah, we're in the home stretch anyway, so probably another hour and a half max. I wouldn't think it'd be much more than that. So, but we can take a break, get some tea, maybe grab a snack, give your eyes a break from the screen for a minute. And
Yeah.
I'll meet you guys back in 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Sounds
right.
good. I'm going to make tea.
I think we all are. All righty.
Mhm. tea has been acquired.
Oh, that's a good thing. Let me get this off my desk. I'll be right back.
Doing okay there, Taya?
Yeah. I'm really cold too, so that's why I'm like, I'm dying. I'm so cold. I need my toque. Freaking cold.
I know what that word means now.
I just went and got a heating
I
pad.
need to knit you a toque and send it to you, Taya.
I actually have like a whole bunch. It's just my black one is my favorite one that I always wear, and I don't know where it went. And I got it at a farmer's market off this little old lady who was literally selling toques for $10 a pop. Like,
Nice.
Like 5.
I was gonna say, East needs to knit you one that looks more like a witch's hat than anything.
I don't know if I could knit one that looks like a witch's hat. I don't know. That'd be cool.
Oh boy.
If I could knit a witch's hat, I'd make one for myself first.
I know you can crochet them.
I've seen that too. I'm not a very good crocheter though.
I have a felted one. It's really nice.
I've seen your witch's hat. That's a very nice hat.
Thank you. My daughter actually bought it for me. And you know what? It was like super reasonable. I think it was like $65.
That's not terrible.
Like Canadian, that's like $50 American. And it's like thick and it's like it's really nice. Like it's really well constructed.
The one that you had on what was it? Lion Witchcraft, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a nice one.
Yeah. I really like it.
Okay.
I need to get a nice one like that. I just have like a cheap Spirit Halloween polyester nylon kind of situation.
Oh, that's like my favorite cloak. I got it at Spirit Halloween, and it's like a purple satin lined, and then the outside is this like gathered ruched black velvet.
Nice.
And it's so beautiful. You put it on and it looks so nice, but when you move, it doesn't move, right? Like it's kind of stiff and plasticky, but it looks really cool if you're just standing still. And I'm like, oh, if it had the drape to it, it would be like so perfect.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Okay.
So we were deciding.
I just realized you can see the steam from my tea float across my screen here every now and then.
Is she drinking tea or burning incense? We don't know.
Drinking tea. I have a candle going, but not incense.
I have neither.
Because my window, actually, no, my window is open. I was going to say I don't have incense going because my window isn't open and I have a cat in the room. Luna's sleeping on my side of the bed over there somewhere-ish. So I don't like to burn incense in the room when the cats are in if I don't have some sort of like vent because I don't want to damage their lungs.
Yeah.
I don't care about my own lungs. I care about their lungs more than I care about my own.
Tay is just burning incense now. It's fine.
My dog can hack it. Whatever. And I need
My dog is down here.
She's a stinky dog right now, and she needs to go to the groomers. And
I just gave Noir a bath yesterday because we went to a local park. I went mushroom hunting in the morning with her, and she found a really big muddy puddle, basically a little mini pond, and went for a little swim. So I gave her a bath yesterday. She was a stinky dog too.
The last time we went to the dog park, not last time, but like 2 weekends ago, we get to the far end of the dog park, which is about a 35-minute walk, and she rolled in shit. Smeared all along the side of her face, into her ear, down her neck, and all down her front flank.
God.
And we're walking back, and she's like a super friendly dog, so she always runs up to people, and everybody's like, oh, hello, and they're like going to pet. I'm like, don't pet her! They all think she's like aggressive or something, so they're like, oh, and I'm like, no, she just rolled in shit. And I had to like douse her with my water bottle and try to wipe it off with like napkins so I could put her in the corner of the home to give her a
Gross.
it was disgusting. I was just like, oh.
And that's
We avoid the river at like salmon spawning time when all the fish are like dying and there's like on the side of the river.
Yeah.
Because our old dog Tux, we don't have him anymore. He would roll in dead fish, and I was like, nope, not taking you to the river. Nasty thing.
Oh, that's
Nora doesn't do that, but now it's just habitual. Salmon are spawning. Plus, I don't like the smell of rotting dead fish either, so I don't really want to be there when that's happening either. Gross.
no.
Not to mention, there's a much higher opportunity of meeting a bear.
Yeah. Yeah, you do live in North America. That's a thing.
Yep. I saw a funny meme on somewhere recently. I don't know if it was on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, but it was like Canadians, grizzly bear. Canadian geese, like running away in terror. The Royal Canadian Air Force, right, Taya?
Yep.
Canadian.
Geese are vicious, man.
They're mean. They're
Murder chickens.
Murder chickens, I like that.
Or I've also seen cobra chickens.
cobra chickens.
Yeah,
we have a ton of geese.
Seriously,
Well,
you don't want to piss them off.
This time of year, they're coming this way.
They're migrating south. I think they go to Mexico.
They can keep them.
They're a protected species here. Like, even if you like accidentally hit a goose with your car, you can be fined for it.
Yeah. And ducks too. We had ducks nesting in our yard, and like you can't touch them.
No, you can't.
You can't do anything. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what? And I like, because I have a dog. I'm like, well, my dog is going to. Well, you have to keep your dog away from them. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, you'll have to put your dog on a leash to take them out into your own
That's
backyard.
what we had to do for like 7 weeks while they nested in my backyard.
I actually would kind of like that. I would find that very cool.
It was actually pretty cool. And then after they left, there were all the like there's like broken shells and like the nest. So I put the actual like nest into a jar. So I have a jar of nest. And then the next year they came back again, but the dog must have scared them off because about halfway through the summer, I was digging around my tomato plants, which are in the same area, and there was 3 eggs in there that had never been claimed. And I'm like, oh, so now I have duck eggs, even though technically that's illegal. And I didn't say that live on a YouTube video. I don't have duck eggs now. 3 of them.
So, we back a few years ago before my folks sold the house, my mom is a big gardener. She put a big massive pond in the backyard. This was ages ago. Over the years, it got frog in it. And they got one bullfrog in it. It grew up to be a monster of a bullfrog. So we had ducks that land there, and the bullfrog ate one of the ducklings. Bullfrog has eaten a goldfinch, ducklings, and I'm pretty sure a baby rabbit.
Holy snap.
It's a monster of a bullfrog.
I was going to say, it must be big. That's like...
About yay big around, like a big old bullfrog.
Holy, I didn't even know they got that big.
They do. They are massive. Like I might be. It's hard to show on camera, but that guy, he was like that big, like big enough to eat a baby rabbit, or at least big enough to try. That was a hell. We put a sign. My mom put a sign out in the backyard that says "Be aware of attack frog." Like,
no doubt.
It would probably try to eat a cat. Like,
that's intense.
But we don't have ducks in our yard at all because the bullfrog ate the damn things. We don't have much of anything.
No,
that's crazy.
Then we sold the house, and I don't know what happened, but the lady that bought the house, she and her, at the time, husband broke up, and she kept the house because that's what the court decided to do, even though he's the one that maintains the house. It's now overgrown, and I live right next door to it too, so watching that house decay has been rough.
Oh, that sucks.
I grew up there, you know.
That sucks. Yeah.
There's nothing I can do about it because by law, it's not mine.
Of course.
But whatever.
Aren't there like community upkeep standards or something?
You would think, but we don't have we do not have an HOA. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I hate HOAs. It's not. Yeah, there's like she's hired a landscaper. It's not enough. The guy's old. He's doing the best he can, but you know, that's just the court system gave the house to someone who doesn't know how to take care of it.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh, but anyway, I guess we'll continue with the adventure. We're in the home stretch. It's not too far away now. So then, how are you liking your first game so far, though, Taya?
That's good. I'll be honest, I'm exhausted, but it's good.
Sorry.
No.
First ones are always a little bit more exhausting because you're figuring out what you're doing as you go. Once you sort of like understand what you're doing, it's less like mental work for your brain, and you'll be able to like kind of keep up.
And I don't know like what's important and what's not important, and like do you know what I mean? Like what details to key in on and what's like just go past it. And yeah, no, it's fun. And the other thing is, I don't do anything this long.
Okay. Yeah, this is
work, right? So it's not like I go to work Monday to Friday all day. So you know what I mean? I don't have that like concept of this much time. I'm like, oh, this is like a long time.
Yeah, it's been like roughly 4 hours. So, and that's a short game. But you know, we'll get the game wrapped up and conclusions and quest rewards and all that fun stuff. So, so we left off. Aldine D. Orion had just thanked you and paid you a reward for returning his son. And also part of that reward was you don't really have to pay for the lightning rail anymore. And
we have like some sort of token that we show or something instead.
You kind of have a writ of passage from House Orion, stating basically you ride for free wherever you're going for the foreseeable future. It can be revoked if you become like enemies with the house, but that's you would know that you're doing that. So, and they told you that Garda is the one responsible for the kidnapping and the mistreatment of the Warforged, and as well as the kidnapping of his own son, and has booked passage on the lightning rail going to Rote, and you have roughly an hour to catch that lightning rail. And it's going to be close because you know that getting down from here, it's a long way down, but there's no horizontal travel. It's just vertical travel straight down. Getting down safely would take a while. Getting down unsafely would not take very long at all.
Well, we both have tokens of feather falling.
That is true.
Yes, but I don't think we should use it here.
Just purposely use it. Just be like, see ya. Pitch off the side of the building. All right, fine.
Sharn watched paratroopers who
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, and then Rahaz, you can do whatever you want. I'll just wait for you down at the bottom.
I am not using my token of Featherfall here.
No, we won't.
I am going to take a normal passageway down.
Also, Sharn is so crisscrossed with bridges, you would almost certainly come in contact with a bridge. As soon as you land and stop falling, the effects of the Featherfall token are gone. So, but that would be a viable strategy. So
I'm going to make my way to the lightning rail station.
Okay, so getting down from here, there is a lift. There is the lift that you use, but that one goes straight down. But it does have other stops. You bypass them when you hotwire it to the Dragon Shark crystal. You could use that lift to get down, and it would stop. You know that lift would stop probably about several floors down. You're roughly 1 kilometer above above Terminus Station. So getting down, there are of course manual stairs that would take forever. There is also a utility lift, and there's a passenger lift a few blocks like to the west, which you're on a big massive tower. This tower, to give you put it in perspective, this is one of the larger towers in Sharn, which means the footprint alone is roughly the size of a professional sports arena. Not the field, the arena. There are plenty of stairways, but you don't necessarily, that's not the fastest route. The most efficient route would be the lift, would be the passenger lift. But the passenger lift would stop on the opposite side of the correct floor, but the opposite side of it. And getting to the correct side through all the crowds of people, this takes you roughly 45 minutes to get to Terminus Station. From Terminus Station, you would enter and you would need to get through the passenger area, the baggage claim area, and then get to the boarding area. Or you could attempt to do something else if there's anything else you'd like to try and do. But Garda has
Does Aberdeen have some sort of carriage of fast travel to the lightning rail?
He does not. He could hail a sky coach. Sky coaches are able to fly within the boundaries of Sharn. Once you leave the boundary of Sharn, the sky coach stops because the magics and enchantments around Sharn are what allow those to actually fly, and they're very expensive.
Can he hail us a sky coach and pay for it so that we can get to lightning rail?
Yes, he can. And it takes a few minutes for the sky coach to arrive, but he does send word that he's in need of one, and he does pay for your travel. The sky coach does arrive in a few minutes. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes for them to navigate to there, and getting down to Terminus Station would take far less time. It'd take about 20 minutes to a half an hour to get to where the sky coaches are allowed to dock at Terminus Stations, basically the equivalent of a taxi terminal. And you would end up in the same area, right? You're going through customs and baggage claims and all that. Cool. Trying to bypass that is possible, but would take some finagling and classic.
I think we can just rush our way through as best as possible.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
With her on that.
Okay. The terminus in Lower Tavok Landing is named for Terminus Station, a massive House Orion enclave that serves as the endpoint for the Orion Lightning Rail. Rowan's Gate, most travelers' entry point into Sharn. It bustles with crowds, pickpockets, con artists, and other criminals looking to take advantage of the city's visitors. Gara has booked passage on a first class car, and is by this time she's almost certainly already boarded.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and you got a few minutes to before the lightning rail is due to depart.
I say we just book whatever kind of ticket we can get and get on as fast as we can.
Well, your writ of passage, you bypass the purchase process, but
Perfect.
getting you booked onto this one, they say, oh, well, we can't put you in we can get you on, but you would have to basically be riding steerage because this much notice, it's all booked up. They can get
That's
you
fine.
on.
We'll take it.
Okay.
We can stealth our way up to first class or wherever she is. I could climb the outside of the train.
Okay. So you go.
We're going to James Bond our way through it. All right, 000.
000, thanks. Valeria. Watch me roll like a 1 again. Valeria falls off the side of the train and she's out of the game.
So
Put us in steerage.
So this is for understandable reasons, this is a very busy and very crowded area of the city. There are people booking passage into and out of Sharn all the time. And Valaria, you are being reminded of why you don't bother trying to leave Sharn, because getting back in and out is this. The same reason I don't like to fly airports. I don't mind flying. I hate airports. But you actually managed to get to the boarding zone, the boarding area where the train is pulled up, and you can see that there is a very large, I mean, it's a train. It's a locomotive with cars on it, but the locomotive is arcing with electricity because magic. The track is not a typical railway track. The track is made up of pyramid-shaped crystalline structures that are laid out in series that allow the magical lightning rail to hover over top of it. Bolts of electricity arc between the pyramids and the bottom of the rail of the whole train, because they had to do it different. They couldn't just make it on rails, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, it's still a tram. It's still a train. And you are right on time to board. So you can either get on. Do you want to board normally like a regular passenger, or did you want to do anything fancy?
No, like a regular passenger. I'm not trying to attract attention to myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your tickets are for steerage, which are at the caboose all the way at the tail end of the train.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta get you on board. There is like standing room only, and the conductor announces that the train is fixing to depart, and the boarding gates close shut, and there is a whir of magic and electricity as the lightning rail powers up, and the bolts of electricity you can see out the windows are beginning to arc even faster, and there is the sensation of movement as you slowly begin to pull ahead on the station.
Cool.
You do know from your knowledge of how these things work that the caboose, which is clearly at the tail end of what is, several hundred feet of train, the first class passenger cars would be all the way at the front.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is our goal to capture Gerda or to take her out? What are we supposed to be doing?
Well, if you're trying to do this by the books of like a deputized member of Sharn Watch, ideally you would arrest them and bring them back in for questioning and do the whole good cop routine. That is entirely up to you how you handle her, and
He also told us that we could use whatever techniques we wanted to bring her to justice. So I kind of take that as we have a license to kill.
Aldine did, yeah, but that's the asshole that kidnapped his son, so he does not give a shit what happens to Gerda.
But would he vouch for us if something happened and we got in trouble for killing people?
He probably would. And you are technically working for the Sharn Watch. The police try not to, let it get to come to fatalities, but police work is police work sometimes. Basically, you get the impression that you probably wouldn't be you'd be in trouble, but not like that much trouble, because Dask is known to be an extremely violent gang in Sharn, and they're a newcomer, and they're not liked. The Boromir clan, yeah, they're basically like the mafia if the mafia was, had a sense of honor. Dask has no such sense of honor. So, but you have gotten onto the correct train. You're on the train. You're moving. They're not getting away, but you would need to come up with a game plan and do your thing.
Can we like sneak up between the cars? Like, do you know what I mean? On the like how they have like, you know what I mean? The two cars and there's like a little rail connector and you can kind of jump over and go into the next car, or are we like locked inside?
Yeah, you can traverse between the cars. It's that you are going outside and traversing, like what you're talking about. You would need to not fall.
Yeah.
But you're not barred from moving between cars. There is a meal car. So there's like a cafe car. You're in steerage, so you don't have a private car to yourself or anything, but you do have you're allowed to go and like buy a meal. But that's about the halfway point of the train.
Well, we just are going to pretend that we're hungry and thirsty, and we're just going to go get ourselves a meal.
Okay.
Get up as far as we can in the train. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have an issue getting to the meal car.
Now, I'm assuming that to go towards any further, there's probably like guards or things keeping us from going further up the train.
You would need some kind of proof of clearance to continue on to the first class section of the train.
Well, we have our writ of passage and we have our writ from the Sharn Watch. So could we not just say that, like, hey, we're here on like watch business?
The writ from the Sharn Watch would do you more good than the writ of passage.
The rite of passage just gets us on the train. It doesn't get us into the other cars.
It gets you on the train whenever you want, but it doesn't get you into whatever car you want. Now, if there's room in coach or business class or first class, then they probably accommodate you. But you booked that literally the last minute.
But could we not just say, like, we're here on watch business and we're not trying to like take a seat on the train.
Yeah.
We need to move up so that we can apprehend somebody.
Yeah, these like this the employees of the rail are law-abiding Sharn citizens, or at least law-abiding citizens of the continent. They would not have an issue with that. If you're on police business, then you're on police business.
Like, I'm thinking, like, if you were on an airplane, right? And the FBI agent is sitting back in coach, but he needs to apprehend somebody in first class. And the stewardess gets up and says, I'm sorry, you don't have a ticket to be up here. And he goes, FBI, I'm on FBI business.
They would, yes.
She'd be like, okay. Like, what? Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, you showed me your badge. I shall move aside.
Yeah.
That's exactly what would happen. That is the most likely.
Okay.
So then we can do that and just move up that way.
Yep, they do stop you. They do when as soon as you show them the writ deputy the Sharn Watch writ, then like, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead, do your job. So they do allow you to pass forward, and you would get that far. That would work as far as the last first class coach, which is a private coach. That's where Gardo presumably is. How do you want to approach the last coach?
I
mean, you could just kick in the door and start shooting.
No. I'm assuming there's like
could
in there too. But could we not like, again, sure thing, and say like, we're not here to take a seat. We're here to like apprehend somebody. Let us through, and then we could quietly make our way into the car. And
you have successfully explained that to the personnel.
Now we just have to figure out how to actually get
right. You've gotten as far as the car that contained your suspect.
Okay, so I'm stealthy, so maybe I can sneak up behind her and like apprehend her in her seat, so to speak, right? Like, I don't know.
She has a whole car, which means think luxury jet.
Yes.
Like there's going to be like couches, sofas. There's probably a few other people traveling with her. You're probably not going to be able to sneak up. The whole area is probably open. Looks like a luxury living room. Set in a train.
Or like seats all facing forward.
Yeah, this car is like, it's about, the interior space is about what you would expect in what would be an equivalent? Like it's the living room area of a really nice camper trailer. right? Like it's meant for 1 or 2 or 3 people, and it's like very well upholstered, very well furnished, but there's not much hiding area.
Right. She doesn't know who we are. So we could just sort of saunter in like we belong there.
No, we don't, though. Nobody but the people who work there belong there.
Hmm.
And she would know that.
No, I'm out of ideas then.
I think what we need to do, like, is there any reason why we would need to apprehend her on the train? Would it not make sense to wait till we get to the place and then arrest her there and then take her back? Or
Do we have jurisdiction when we get there?
Technically, no. The rote guards may or may not honor Sharn Watch writs.
right.
That's not
So
a
it
terrible
would be
idea.
better to apprehend her on the train. We are likely to meet resistance from her guards, though, I would assume.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
she's traveling
So-
with guards or she's traveling alone.
she.
Someone like this, she would travel with guards. I'm certain of that.
You didn't actually get any information about that.
No, we didn't. I would assume she does.
What you do know is she is on her way to Rote, and she's not continuing past Rote. But to Rote, you guys know because you're from Breland. Rote is like the capital city of Breland where the king lives. You don't break the law in Rote because the king's dark lanterns aren't going to put up with that. And those guys are like, they make the Sharn Watch look like mall cops.
Great. I think we should go in and apprehend her. That way when we get to Route, we can basically say, like, we're getting back on we already apprehended her, we're getting back on the next train and heading back for home. And you know what? If we end up having to kill her in the process, well, we have a license to kill. We'll face some consequences when we get back, but not nearly the consequences that we would if we waited till we got there. What do you think, Taya?
Yep.
All right. I would say draw a weapon and burst in.
Okay. Are you going to try and like literally kick down the door or pick the lock?
I think pick the lock.
Okay.
Leave one element of surprise.
Yeah.
Also, our rite of passage did not give us the rite of destruction.
Also true. You could also like flag down an employee and see if they have the key.
Yeah, that actually
throw that authority around, that temporary authority around and do it that way.
I think that's a good plan.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
They would unlock it for you. They would not give you the key.
Yeah, that's fair. Unlock it and then back onto your job, please. You don't want to be hanging around here.
Okay. So you are able to enter the car at any point you want.
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
I'll open the door with my left hand, and my mace is in my right.
Okay. An 8-foot tall, muscular woman with a tusk protruding from lower jaw lounges on a couch in a luxury passenger car. She reads the Sharn Inquisitive and keeps a battle axe within arm's reach. A wooden chest decorated with gold inlays and gem, the one that was described to you by the wards down the pit. Rests at her feet. And a table lined with fine foods and bottles of spirits stands close by. Says, I don't remember ordering room service. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing here?
Might ask you the same question. You are transporting illegal goods across border lines.
Do you have any proof of that? That's quite the accusation to make.
It is. But it is not my duty here to provide the burden of proof. It's my duty here to bring you back to Sharn to await justice for the things that you have done.
Oof. Takes some resourcefulness to pull that off.
I may have resources at my disposal.
Yeah. So do I. My resources you don't want to mess with.
Say the same about some of mine.
He pulls out a coin purse and says, how much is it going to cost to get you to forget about this? Tell him I got away.
More than you have.
Wrong answer. She puts the coin purse down and picks up the battle axe. Roll initiative.
I was gonna say, as soon as she goes to reach for that battle axe, I had my arrows out and I shot her in the arm.
Okay. Roll for initiative.
15.
If I could.
Well, I rolled a nat 20 for initiative.
Oof.
Nice.
Do you have an initiative bonus or improved initiative or anything like that?
No, I don't have an initiative bonus, unfortunately.
Of all
That's
my
based on your
initiative-
dexterity, right?
Well, I have a +4 on my initiative.
Damn. What'd you roll for initiative?
I rolled a 15, so I'm at 19.
Okay, well, you both go first because she rolled a 5. So who rolled higher?
Me. One moment. Okay. I'm going to cast Thorn Whip,
Oh,
but not to harm, to disable.
okay.
So, range is 30 feet. Duration is instantaneous. This is a level 0 spell.
Okay.
So, oh, but I need a material, the stem of a plant with thorns. Shit.
You're from the woods. Like,
Yes. Do you think that is presumably something I would carry on my person?
I think that's something a druid would probably have in their hair because
Okay.
they just got out of the woods.
Even if I just have a long vine plant, even if it doesn't have thorns, I'm okay with that. So it says you create a long vine-like whip covered in thorns that lashes out at your command toward a creature in range. Make a melee spell attack against the target. If the attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing damage. If the creature is large or smaller, you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you. So I do not actually want to necessarily hurt her at least much. I would like to more like wrap the whip around her and just pull her closer so that she cannot wield said battle axe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're basically trying to grapple with a whip.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you did hit, so I'm gonna say you can. How much damage did you do? Because you're not trying to kill them, you're just trying to subdue them.
Just subdue long enough that I can get out like regular rope and tie her up.
Okay, she's not going to let you do that, but you could subdue her. What was the damage done?
It's a 1d6 piercing damage.
Okay, have you rolled the damage yet?
No.
No.
2.
Okay, so it is now Valeria's turn.
All right. So I roll the first one, the 20.
Mm-hmm.
I get a 3. Do I add some? I add 6 to that though, right?
You do add 6 to that. So your shot is
9.
9. Are you using the bow or a melee weapon?
I'm still at the entrance, so I would assume I have my bow out.
Yeah, sure. So the arrow buries itself in the wall, just wide of the target,
Awesome.
and it is now Gara's turn. And she's going to make a strength check to try
Me?
and pull Iska's
Outmuscle
character,
her?
to try and pull Iska's character closer to her so that she can take a swing at her with an unarmed strike.
Am I rolling my strength? Is that what we're doing?
We are rolling contested strength rolls.
Okay, so I roll a d20 and add my strength bonus.
Yep.
Shit.
So did you beat
That is a 7.
No, you did not beat a 16. You are pulled in, and I need you to, and you are hit. Oh, hang on, here. Come here. D4. 6 points of damage as you take a half ogre's fist to the face.
All right.
And the round starts all over again. So it is now your turn, Iska. So wait, did you go first, Taya? Or did
Yep.
you did get to go though?
No,
right?
I did.
Took a shot.
I did.
Right.
Let's go in first.
Yeah. Yeah. Raz, then Valeria, then Garda.
All right. So that was Garda's turn. That gave Iska the damage. But
Yes.
now it's Iska's turn.
And now it's my turn again.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna do an unarmed strike again.
Okay.
Or not again, but on Garda.
Okay.
20.
That does hit. That's actually a crit.
No, that's 20 modified.
Oh,
Not
dirty.
a nat 20. I rolled 15 and then I add my unarmed bonus to it. So
Okay,
that's 20.
It's a dirty 20. Okay. Roll down.
I will tell you if it's a nat 20. I'll be like, crit.
Yeah, we've only had one critical hit so far.
Yep. And it has not been from me.
So
that is damage just says 4 on it. It doesn't even say 1d4, it just says 4.
they
Because
probably
it's
mean
bludgeoning.
they probably mean a D. If it's an unarmed attack, it probably means D4. But you're in range. You could use your mace. You could use whatever you want.
I could, but I've chosen to do an unarmed because I'm trying not to kill her yet. I'm trying to subdue her.
Okay.
But I did roll 4, so 4 points of damage.
Okay. Do you have a strength bonus to add to that? Like, do you have a plus anything to strength?
+3.
Plus 3 to strength. That's 7.
Yeah.
She's bloodied. So, it is now Valeria's turn to go.
Okay. Am I like close enough to do like this like something up close, or am I still at
Yes.
the back of the car with my?
Yeah. So the way it works is you do have a movement speed, and your movement speed is because of your mark is 35 as opposed to the usual 30. This car is only 20 feet long. They cannot be further away from you than 20 feet, which means you could move and then attack
You can close that distance in your attack in the same move.
very easily.
Okay. So what's better then? Because we're trying not to kill her, so I probably don't want to like pull out my like sword. Maybe do I just do an unarmed attack then? Like,
Yeah.
what are we aiming for? Is like to do damage, but not so much to kill her?
I believe that was a
That's what I'm attempting to do, but you
Yeah. I like that idea.
okay. That's why I've chosen unarmed attack.
Mm-hmm. Because like anything else I use is gonna potentially do enough damage
Yeah.
to kill her.
Do you have any weapons that do blunt damage? Bludgeoning?
No.
No.
I have 2 daggers, a short bow, a short sword, and then unarmed strike.
Okay, yeah, you could do an arm strike if you wanted to. You could also use any of your other weapons, and you could make a pommel strike with the sword if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can pummel beat her.
Okay, let's
Take
do
the
that.
pommel end of the sword and like try to conk it on her head, knock
It's
her
the sword
unconscious.
version of pistol whipping. But
Yeah,
Okay, let's do that.
that's
So-
just a regular attack roll.
So then, yeah, I have to move because I have to be within 5 feet on my short sword. And then I roll a 5 plus what? Oh, right, plus 6 is 11.
Mhm.
And then I roll my 4 dice.
Yes, yeah, that is a hit. So you do roll your.
It's a 1.
It's a 1. That's 1 point of damage. So it is now Gara's turn, and she's pretty unhappy about that. So she's going to take another swing at a random player. Call odds or evens, Iska.
even.
Okay, so Valeria, she's going to take a swing at you. She does a 4 hit. I hope
No, it doesn't.
it has to hit your armor class. I don't think a natural 4 is going to hit your armor class.
No, I'm a 14.
Yeah, a rogue is not going to know. You're
So
not
it's
sure
a swing and a miss from her.
You're not sure if she was trying to hit you or if she was swatting at a fly that was bugging her. She just swings very wide. There is, of course, cursing and swearing and all sorts of carrying on. And if people didn't know there was a fight before, they do now. Raz, it is now your turn.
All right, same thing. Unarmed strike.
Okay.
I rolled a 19 plus 5. I'll roll a d4.
That is definitely a hit.
And another 4 plus 3, so that's another 7 points of damage.
So she's looking very not happy right now.
I imagine so.
How much damage total?
7.
7. Okay. Yeah, she is not happy at all. It is now Valeria's turn. You're basically going to pummel this person unconscious, probably.
Yep.
Okay. At this point, she kind of can't win, and you do eventually subdue your suspect, and manage to render them unconscious. You manage to not kill them. Did anybody bring any rope?
Yep.
Okay.
I have rope. I have 50 feet of 10 pounds of rope. 50 feet.
Okay, yeah, that's plenty of rope. Jeez, that's enough for.
Oh, yeah.
That's enough to cocoon even a
I
half.
also have 10 strings. Not really sure what those are for.
All right, so we are going to tie her up.
Okay.
And I'll lay her out on one of the couches so that she can gradually wake up. I am a druid of my honor, so I do have the heal ability, so I will just like stabilize her wounds,
Okay.
you know, just to make sure that she doesn't bleed out on us.
Okay. Well, she hasn't been lacerated too terribly bad. It is roughly about the end of the fight when you guys are pretty much gotten her tied up and gift wrapped for the authorities. So one of the conductors of the lightning rail comes to investigate the racket and tries to really wants to know what's going on and why there's broken furniture and blood on the floor. What did you guys do? What is going on? Why are you attacking a first class passenger?
Because she's got a warrant for her arrest. And I'll show him our writ of working for the Shrine thing, the guard. Yeah, Sharn thing, and be like,
okay.
We're just
So you've been
she didn't want to come quietly. Shall we say that?
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a half ogre would. Okay, so you're deputized. All right. Well, we do need to stop the lightning rail and contact someone who can confirm this. Fortunately, we do have a house civis scribe. House civis is basically the house of telecommunications. They run what is effectively the telegraph industry. It's not exactly a telephone service. It's more like the old school, ye olden days telegram, but magic. So it works on a lightning rail. They are able to confirm. Basically, the story concludes with you guys successfully subduing your suspect, and basically, you're not in any trouble. You have managed to successfully do the job. You didn't even have to kill the suspect. They are gift wrapped. You get word back that Sharn Watch is sending backup to help, and a paddy wagon, which at this distance away from Sharn would need to be a wheeled coach because sky coaches do not work this far away from Sharn. But the lightning rail has come to a stop, and you guys have the option of catching another lightning rail back to Sharn from road or riding with the Sharn Watch. But basically, you now have a few minutes before they get here, and where nobody's going to see what you're doing. They've actually the lightning rail conductor has gotten a hold of the authorities and.
I'm looking in the box. I want to know what's in the box.
That's what I was getting at.
The fact that you're like, I've never played Rogues. The fact that you even thought about looking at it didn't even occur to me. Like none whatsoever.
That's what I was getting at. You have several minutes where you're unattended with a treasure chest. So
what's inside it?
Don't know yet. The rogue hasn't opened it.
All right.
There is a lock. There is clearly a lock on it.
Check it for traps.
Yeah, I will check for traps.
Okay, make an investigation roll.
With a 20?
Yep.
18.
Okay, you do find a hidden needle trap. It's a spring-loaded needle.
Don't
that would suck.
Yeah, you do need to. You do know that these are often poisoned, so you would need to disable that trap in order to pick the lock without risk of getting jabbed with what is probably a poison needle.
Okay, so
you get to add your proficiency bonus and any bonus that your thieves' tools give you to a d20 roll. Your proficiency bonus at level 1 is +2, I think.
Mm-hmm. I rolled a 15. Oh yeah,
yes.
my proficiency bonus is 2, so that's 17.
17. Dirty 17. Yes. And so your thieves' tools are good, but they're not masterwork. So they don't give you a +1 of anything.
No, I
But
don't think
17 is enough to disable the needle trap. You are able to remove the trigger mechanism and have managed to, that is also more than enough to open the lock.
sweet.
So you open the lock and you find within a total of 600 gold pieces. You find several books and tomes that are, they're leather bound. They look ancient as hell. Several scrolls. Oh yeah, these are classic. These are classic. The Charmed Show, Book of Shadows looking tomes too.
Okay.
They are marked with all sorts of arcane and occult symbology.
We'll take those too. Okay. What else is in there?
There is also 3 scrolls. They're written in a script that, if you don't read the language Goblin, you don't know what they are.
No,
I don't read the language Goblin.
Okay. The tomes are also written in Goblin.
Well, I feel like they were important enough for this person to steal. They're important enough for us to steal.
Some of them were written in Giant, others written in Draconic. Dragon language.
So you're stealing them, are you?
Why not? Can we take the stuff out of the chest and then relock the chest so it's just empty but nobody knows?
I mean, they would notice when they eventually open it.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to know it now, and they won't know that we're
But they know who was alone with the chest.
Yeah, but Gerda could have taken them and passed them on to somebody else.
I hope your plausible deniability skills are really good.
The rogue wants all of it. That's just what's going on.
That's what rogues do.
Lots of things. And how do the little fluffy balls fit into this?
You don't know. That was just random treasure that you had found. You're not sure.
Let's put the little fluffy balls in the chest and take the gold and the books and the scrolls.
Sure. The druid is just going along with it at this point. The druid does not know what to do.
That's like 300 gold for you. I don't know. I think that's a pretty good switch.
I'm a druid. 300 gold is 300 gold, but it ain't a house in the woods.
You've also reached level 2.
Woohoo!
What does that mean?
It means
Now you're talking.
It means you've leveled up. It means that you are. We will level up at the beginning of our next game because people are tired and we're getting fatigued now. We've been playing for about 5 hours now, so I don't expect us to level up now. There's only a few adjustments to your character sheet. And you're getting another hit die, which means you roll a d8 again, although until level 3 it's max. Level 3 is when you have to roll it. Until then, I assume you get maximum hit points. But your hit points go up by a number equal to your hit die. So for rogue, it would be, I think it's a d8, plus your con bonus. So if you, whatever the small number is in your con stat. But we can worry about that next time around.
Okay.
Yeah. Just remind me also, it's now on video, so when I watch this back to see what we did, I'll be reminding myself that you all leveled up, but we're not going to do it now. We're going to do it at the beginning of our next game, which is next Saturday.
Do we get our 50 gold now from...
You do, yes. The conclusion is basically Vilroy does pay you your 50 gold. He picks up a chest and just kind of, really? And because he's dirty, he uses thieves' cant and goes like, "Look, you got to pay me a little bit. You got to cut a guy in." So how much are you going to cut him in for?
From all the stuff that we stole
Mhm.
from the chest?
Mhm.
What does he want?
He wants a part of the. He wants
like
cash.
gold, or he wants like books?
He wants a payout.
He wants the gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not really a bookworm. She doesn't care about the books.
All right. Well, we got 600. If we divide it through, we give him like how about we give her like 100 gold?
They'll take it.
Yeah.
They'll take it. The Sharn newspaper will read that the Dask, the criminal organization Dask, managed to smuggle the goods out of Sharn, but were arrested. They just met, but not before they managed to pass the goods on to another contact, which is total bullshit.
So that's pretty good. We each got 250 gold out of the chest.
Mhm.
Do you want any scrolls or books?
I'm not mad.
You have no idea what these books are. They are written in a combination of Goblin, Giant, and Draconic. So if you don't read any of those languages, you don't know what they say. You could make an Arcana check to see if you can identify any of them as to what they are.
Okay. How do I do that?
You would need the Arcana skill,
I don't know.
the Knowledge Arcana skill. You can still attempt to make the roll even if you don't have the skill, but you wouldn't get any. You wouldn't get. It's just a straight D20 roll. Does
We can
Roz
do
have-
we can do a long rest now, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
I always assume a long rest is taken between game sessions too.
Yes. Yeah. Unless we stop in the middle of like
A fight, yeah.
combat or something, or just after combat and don't have any time to do anything. Okay, so we can level up though.
You can. You can
All
level up now if you don't. If you're dealing with fatigue, you don't have to. If you would rather do
I
that,
feel like I can kind of possibly figure it out, but we'll see. That way that would save some time for next round.
it would.
So I'll try.
Okay, if you're a little fried from the night, we can get on later if you'd like. I also have to look up how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know how to do. I don't know what any of that means. So.
I need.
Yeah,
to,
I think that might be a good idea for us to maybe I can probably do mine now, and then like maybe we can do that with Taya at the beginning of next round, so that way she's not overburdened today.
Yeah.
Like, do you just go on? Can I just go in the sheet and change it to level 2, or do you actually have to like roll
You
stuff?
can. I'm not familiar enough with D&D Beyond to know if you click level 2, it just does it automatically, which would be nice. It might. I don't know. But rogues, they get to choose. A rogue has to choose a subclass at level 3, so you don't have to worry about that yet. Next time you level up, you'll be making some decisions as to like what direction you want your rogue to go. And at level 3, one of the subclasses is called Arcane Trickster. They get spells. If you don't want to mess with that, you could go Assassin or Thief. You have options. Mm-hmm. The big thing about Assassin is if they have surprise on a target, or anytime they get to anytime they have a surprise and are able to use their sneak attack ability, they also get to use Assassinate, which is just a beefed up sneak attack. Their first hit in combat is ridiculous when they're able to do it. Rogues don't like. Mages have consumable resources, i.e. magic. Rogues, there's no limit on how many times you can do your thing. It's situational based for a rogue,
Right.
not resource based.
Right.
So that kind of simulates, well, you're not using magic, you're just using your skill, which
So
doesn't-
like the goblins, like I saw them first, so I had an extra.
yes. Yeah, the goblins in the pit, you snuck up on them, you had advantage, or you had
Yeah.
anytime
Whereas
you had,
if Rajas snuck up on them, there's
They
not
would
an
get it.
extra.
they don't get to do that because they're not a rogue.
Right.
But they could use like a spell like Entangle to really complicate things for the goblins. Yeah,
Yes, I can.
but
I can and I will.
Cool. But I don't have to worry about that till.
we'll worry about that next time around because I know we've had a long game session. This is the longest I've ever recorded anything.
Yeah.
So, and I don't expect people to watch it all in one shot either. I expect them to
Come
break it
on.
up into bite-sized chunks.
This is like riveting content, man.
I mean,
Especially the
To
first
To some,
and
if
there's
to some,
if you're the DM or the player, yeah, but I know it was kind of grindy towards the end there. So
no, it's fun though.
it was fun though. I had a lot of fun.
Way faster than I thought it would.
yeah, the time, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
The time did go faster.
Like physically, I'm tired from sitting in front of the computer, but like I don't feel like. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't have like the brain buzz I usually would, so that's good.
Yeah, the mental fatigue after a while it does kick in.
Yeah, it does because once you get used to it, like a few more combat rounds, you'll get used to how the combat round goes, and you'll just kind of understand. Oh, we're rolling initiative. That means we're about to get into a fight.
Yeah.
And whoever scores the highest is the first person to go in that initiative order. Like, and you'll get used to it. You'll understand it, and you'll understand what a stealth roll is. You'll understand what a perception roll is, or a search roll, or whatever.
I'll get there.
Yes.
I feel like I understand way more now than I did at the beginning.
Well, yeah, because you never rolled a damn dice before. Now you your first freaking attack roll was a crit. This game is really confusing. Yeah, Angel, it is. If you've never played D&D before, your first game, you're gonna be lost.
That's like
That's kind of how it is.
yeah. But I'm glad I stuck with it because, like, yeah, I was super confused at the beginning, and now I'm like, okay, I'm kind of getting it. I'm kind of getting the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, attack rolls and down. It's basically initiative roll. Then on your turn, you can move, you can relocate yourself.
My friend who play D&D never shut up about it. My daughter is, and like if you just mention D&D, she will go on for like 2 hours, and you're like, I'm sorry, I asked.
Well, now you know what the hell she's talking about, at least some.
A little bit.
Your very first attack roll ever, and you crit. Like, fuck yeah, that's how you start out.
Yeah.
And now you know what a crit is.
Yeah. No, that was fun. I'm glad we did that. And we're gonna do it again next weekend, right?
Oh, there we go. I finally found where I could check my dragon mark. So I've added that, and that added hit points to me, which is cool.
So I don't know. Oh, that's because it boosts for yours. It boosts up your constitution by 1.
Where did you add it?
If you go into on your character sheet, it is it's under features and traits. Yeah, and then it's under feats. So I had not figured out where to add the dragon mark last time, so I figured it out from here. I've never used D&D Beyond before, so some of this stuff is a little new for me.
Yeah.
Gives me aberrant dragon mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not the one that you have.
Oh, that's not the one I want?
The aberrant dragon mark? No, you don't want that. You want House
Oh.
Red.
Oh, okay. I only have aberrant dragon mark. I don't know how else to change it.
Where's the regular dragon mark?
Yeah. Which would be a whole new sub race. They work different.
Okay, never mind then. I'm at 19 hit points now. But I'm level 2 druid now, so that's awesome. So yeah, got some things figured out. Now I can do wild shape.
Yes, you can. That's where things get interesting. You have to choose a group.
Oh, and I get extra skill points, don't I?
You might.
When you level up, don't you get skill points?
Not every level, but I think every
No?
so often you do. It might
Okay.
be level 2. I'm not entirely sure. Every level is not the same. They're not all created equal for some silly reason. But you do get wild shape. You also have to choose which druid circle you're going to belong to. Which I think we
I
talked
have
about.
already chosen that. That is Circle of the Land Forest.
Circle of the Land?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought for sure you'd go with the Circle of the Moon, but Circle of the Land.
Circle of the Land Forest.
Okay.
And then it doesn't tell me if you get skill points at level 2. Just says proficiency bonus +2. Oh, I see. So at 5th level, then your proficiency bonus goes up to +3, and then that allows your skill points to go up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. That's what I was thinking. Okay.
And
Cool.
hopefully, by the time you get there, Taya will have kind of gotten used to this enough that she'll be able to pick which rogue subclass she wants. Because picking a druid subclass or picking a druid circle is your subclass. Rogues, they just kind of choose a path. There's 3 basic
So Angel, it can be confusing at first, yes, but once you kind of get the basics down, if you have a good DM who's willing to kind of guide you through things, which thankfully we have, then it is rather easy to play as the character. Mostly it's just a lot of rolling and adding.
It's been a while since I've done a D&D game, either as a DM or a player, so I am by no means an expert either. So I will be stopping and looking things up and trying to figure things out as we go along. So I'm by no means, I am not infallible. In fact, I frequently make mistakes. But as long as I can roll with it and it doesn't hamper the game too badly, we're good. So the next game is the what? What is this next Saturday?
Yep, in a week.
I don't believe Chris Ashburn will be able to join us yet, unless she tells me otherwise. And if so, then we'll be moving to 2:30 so that she can join us after her whatever it is that she does on Saturdays. If not, do we want to plan on just starting at 1 again? What works better for you guys?
That would work for me for next week, but if we need to start a little bit later, we can start later. I'm good.
Okay.
I have Saturdays off, so.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys know if Chris Ashburn is available next weekend, but if not, we'll plan on starting at 1 unless otherwise, unless stated otherwise.
Sounds good. All right.
Next Saturday is what, the 21st?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get dinner. You guys,
My daughter just showed up. Luna.
So I hope you're enjoying D&D so far, Taya. So, okay. All right. As long as it's fun, that's really all that matters. So, if you're enjoying yourself and you have fun, don't worry about whether or not you get the roles right. Who cares? It's fine.
We'll get there. It's fun. I can see how it'll come together. The more you play, the easier it gets. The more you kind of just understand all the little things. And
Yeah, critical successes are great, but critical failures are way more funny.
like, I'm gonna do this thing. No, I'm not.
Oh no, no, I am not. All right, well, you guys, I'm gonna let you go.
Yep.
I'm gonna go have a shower and get comfy. I have a video to record after this, and then edit and upload. So,
Awesome
All right.
sauce.
be the first video on my channel in a few weeks now.
Yep. Are you guys streaming this to your channels as well? Because I set up so you
Yep.
could. Cool. All right.
I have.
Alrighty. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Sounds
bye.
good. Have a good
Bye.
week, guys. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Yep. Bye.